The quiet strength. Thriving as a beta. Chapter 1. Beyond alpha and beta understanding personality spectrums. We live in a world obsessed with labels. Walk into any bookstore, scroll through any social media feed, or listen to casual conversations, and you'll inevitably encounter them. Introvert, extrovert, type A, type B, ENFP, ISTJ, and perhaps none are more culturally pervasive, more loaded with implicit judgment than the seemingly simple dichotomy of alpha and beta. Imagine a typical team meeting. There's often one person who dominates the conversation, drives the agenda, and seems naturally to command attention, the perceived alpha. Then there might be others who listen intently, offer thoughtful suggestions when asked, ensure the details are covered, and work to maintain harmony within the group, often quietly labeled, perhaps even dismissively, as betas. Maybe you recognize yourself more in the latter description. Maybe you felt the subtle pressure, the unspoken assumption that the alpha way is the only way to be successful, influential, or even valuable. Maybe you've wondered if there's something inherently lacking in being more supportive than dominant, more collaborative than competitive. If so, you're not alone. These labels, particularly alpha and beta, have seeped into our cultural consciousness, often presented as a rigid hierarchy where one is clearly superior to the other. But is it really that simple? Are human beings, with all their complexities, nuances, and contradictions, truly reducible to such stark categories? Is one inherently better than the other? This book argues emphatically, no. It's time to move beyond the simplistic, often harmful framework of alpha dominance and explore the rich tapestry of human personality, particularly celebrating the quiet strength and unique value of those who resonate with the traits often labeled as beta. The allure of the archetype. Why do these labels hold such sway? Humans are natural pattern seekers. We crave understanding, and categorization is a fundamental cognitive tool we use to make sense of a complex world. Classifying personalities into archetypes like alpha, beta, sigma, omega, or others offers a seemingly straightforward way to understand ourselves and predict the behavior of others. It provides mental shortcuts, allowing us to quickly assess social dynamics and navigate interactions. The alpha-beta framework, in particular, gained significant traction through various channels, often with questionable origins. Early ethological studies of captive wolf packs, most notably by Rudolf Schenkel in the 1940s and later popularized and subsequently retracted by David Mick, introduced the concept of an alpha wolf dominating the pack through aggression. This idea was eagerly, and often inaccurately, extrapolated to human social dynamics. It found fertile ground in certain business circles emphasizing aggressive competition, and later, disturbingly, within pickup artist communities and corners of the internet promoting specific, often toxic, models of masculinity. In this popular narrative, the alpha is the leader, the dominant force, the winner who takes all. The beta is the follower, the supporter, the second-in-command necessary, perhaps, but ultimately subordinate. Other labels like sigma, the lone wolf operating outside the hierarchy, and omega at the bottom or entirely detached, were added to flesh out the supposed structure. While these might offer fleeting moments of recognition, yes, that sounds like my boss/friend/me, they present a dangerously oversimplified and often damaging picture of human interaction. The problem with ladders, critiquing rigid hierarchies. The most significant issue with the popular alpha-beta paradigm is its inherent hierarchy. It's not just descriptive. It's prescriptive and judgmental. It implies a ladder of social value with alpha firmly planted on the top rung. This has several damaging consequences. 1. Flawed biological basis. The original wolf pack analogy is largely inaccurate when applied to wild wolves, let alone humans. Wild wolf packs typically function more like human families, with the alpha pair simply being the parents, leading through experience and care, not constant aggressive dominance over unrelated subordinates. Captive animal behavior under stress is not a reliable model for natural social structures. Applying it rigidly to complex human societies is pseudoscience at best. 2. Promotion of toxic traits. The idealized alpha is often conflated with aggression, excessive dominance, lack of empathy, and a win-at-all-cost mentality. While assertiveness and leadership are valuable, lionizing the extreme end of the spectrum encourages behaviors that can be harmful in relationships, workplaces, and society. It often intertwines with restrictive and damaging notions of masculinity, pressuring men, and increasingly women, to suppress vulnerability and empathy in favor of performative dominance. 3. Devaluation of essential qualities. By placing alpha at the pinnacle, the hierarchy implicitly devalues the very traits associated with beta that are crucial for societal function: collaboration, empathy, reliability, supportiveness, and careful consideration. Societies, teams, and families thrive not just on decisive leadership, but on the intricate web of support, mutual understanding, and dependable contribution that beta-leaning individuals often provide. To label these traits as lesser is to misunderstand the foundations of healthy human connection and collective achievement. 4. Ignoring context and complexity. Human social dynamics are incredibly fluid and context-dependent. Someone might take a leading role in a project where they have expertise, acting alpha, but prefer a supportive role in a social setting, acting beta. A person might be highly assertive in advocating for their team, but collaborative within it. Reducing individuals to a single, fixed label ignores this rich complexity and the capacity for situational adaptation. Life isn't a static pecking order. It's a dynamic dance of shifting roles and contributions. 5. Internalized pressure and self-doubt. Perhaps most insidiously, the constant cultural elevation of the alpha ideal can lead those who don't fit the mold to feel inadequate. Individuals who are naturally more reflective, supportive, or collaborative may internalize the message that they are somehow less than, leading to self-doubt, anxiety, and the exhausting, inauthentic effort to be someone they're not. It's crucial, therefore, to dismantle this simplistic ladder and approach personality archetypes as descriptive tools, not as rungs of inherent worths. Defining beta traits, neutrally, beyond the follower stereotype. If we strip away the negative connotations and hierarchical baggage, what are the core characteristics often associated with the beta archetype? Approaching this neutrally, we can identify a cluster of valuable traits and tendencies. Collaborative. Betas often excel in teamwork. They understand the power of collective effort and are skilled at working with others towards a common goal. They listen to different perspectives and help synthesize ideas. Supportive. They are often the first to offer help, encouragement, or a listening ear. They genuinely care about the well-being of others in their group or family and actively work to uplift them. Reliable and dependable. You can count on a beta. They value commitment, follow through on promises, and take their responsibilities seriously. This consistency builds trust and forms the bedrock of strong relationships and effective teams. Thoughtful and reflective. Often more introverted or introspective, betas tend to think before they speak or act. They consider consequences, analyze situations carefully, and often bring a depth of understanding that might be missed in a rush to action. Detail-orient. They frequently notice the small things that others overlook, ensuring accuracy and thoroughness in tasks or plans. This complements more visionary or big-picture thinking. Good listeners. Betas often possess strong active listening skills. They make others feel heard and understood, which is essential for building rapport and resolving conflicts. Harmony-seeking. While sometimes characterized negatively as conflict-avoidant, this trait often stems from a positive desire for group cohesion and smooth interpersonal dynamics. They often act as mediators or work to de-escalate tensions. Loyal. Betas tend to form strong bonds and exhibit deep loyalty to their friends, families, and causes they believe in. It's important to contrast these briefly with common alpha traits: assertiveness, decisiveness, a focus on leading, comfort with risk, directness not to create a new binary, but to highlight different styles and preferences. An alpha might initiate the project. A beta might ensure its successful execution through meticulous planning and team coordination. Both roles are vital. Similarly, a sigma might prefer to work entirely independently, contributing valuable insights from the periphery, while an omega might challenge norms and bring unconventional creativity. None of these styles is inherently superior. They simply represent different ways of being and contributing. Crucially, these are tendencies, not deterministic boxes. Someone might be highly collaborative, beta, but also fiercely assertive when defending their values, alpha. They might be reflective, beta, but also enjoy taking calculated risks, alpha. The labels are shorthand, but the reality is far more nuanced. Embracing the spectrum, personality as a continuum. Instead of thinking in rigid categories, alpha or beta, it's far more accurate and helpful to think in terms of spectrums or continuums. Imagine sliders rather than switches. Dominance, supportiveness, leading, collaborating, risk-taking, cautiousness, directness, diplomacy, independence, team, orientation. Most people don't live at the absolute extremes of these spectrums. We fall somewhere along the continuum, and our position might even shift depending on the situation, our mood, or the people we're interacting with. Someone might lean heavily towards the supportive and collaborative end in most situations, identifying strongly with beta traits, but still possess the capacity for leadership or directness when needed. Thinking in spectrums allows for this complexity. It acknowledges that possessing beta traits doesn't preclude moments of alpha behavior, and vice versa. It frees us from the pressure of conforming to a single, restrictive label and allows us to appreciate the unique blend of qualities that makes each individual who they are. Like a color wheel containing infinite shades between the primary colors, human personality is a vast spectrum of possibilities, far richer than a few simple labels can capture. This book's intention: understanding, acceptance, and authentic growth. This brings us to the core purpose of this book. We are not here to reinforce the old hierarchies or to offer a guide on how betas can somehow level up to become alphas. That premise is flawed and ultimately counterproductive. Instead, this book aims to 1. Explore and celebrate beta strengths. We will delve deep into the positive, attributes associated with the beta archetype: collaboration, reliability, empathy, thoughtfulness, and demonstrate their immense value in all areas of life. 2. Promote self-acceptance. For those who resonate with beta traits, the goal is to foster a sense of pride and acceptance in their natural inclinations, moving away from societal pressure and self-criticism. 3. Offer paths for authentic growth. Personal development isn't about becoming someone else. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. We will explore how beta-leaning individuals can build confidence, develop healthy assertiveness, navigate relationships, find fulfilling careers, and cultivate resilience within the framework of their inherent personality, not in spite of it. 4. Challenge limiting labels. Ultimately, we aim to move beyond simplistic and often harmful labels, encouraging a more nuanced, compassionate, and holistic understanding of human personality in all its diverse forms. This is an exploration of quiet strength, of the power found in supportiveness, the influence wielded through reliability, and the fulfillment discovered in authentic connection and contribution. It's about understanding that you don't need to be the loudest voice in the room to have a profound impact. In the following chapters, we will dismantle the myths surrounding the beta label, dive deeper into the specific strengths it encompasses, and provide practical strategies for navigating the world and achieving personal growth authentically. It's time to discard the ill-fitting mantle of second best and embrace the unique power and potential of the beta way. Let's begin by tackling the misconceptions head-on. Chapter 2. Myths and Misconceptions. Reclaiming the Beta Narrative. In the previous chapter, we challenged the simplistic and hierarchical nature of the popular alpha-beta dichotomy, advocating for a more nuanced understanding of personality as a spectrum. We established that beta traits, collaboration, supportiveness, reliability, thoughtfulness, are not inherently subordinate, but represent a distinct and valuable way of navigating the world. However, acknowledging this intellectually is one thing. Shaking off the deeply ingrained negative stereotypes associated with the label is another. For decades, the term beta has been wielded, often carelessly, as shorthand for a host of undesirable qualities. It's been painted as the antithesis of strength, ambition, and success. These myths, pervasive in media, casual conversation, and even some self-help circles, can inflict real damage, fostering self-doubt in those who identify with beta traits and perpetuating a narrow, often toxic, definition of worth. To truly embrace the quiet strength of the beta way, we must first dissect and dismantle these harmful misconceptions. It's time to reclaim the narrative. Myth 1, Beta Weakness. This is perhaps the most prevalent and damaging stereotype. The idea that beta equals weakness. Because betas often prioritize harmony over conflict, support over dominance, and careful consideration over impulsive action, they are frequently mislabeled as lacking backbone, being easily intimidated, or simply being weak-willed. This could not be further from the truth. True strength isn't solely defined by physical prowess, loud pronouncements, or the ability to dominate others. Consider the immense emotional strength required to be consistently supportive. Offering genuine empathy, listening without judgment, and providing steadfast encouragement, especially when others are struggling, demands significant inner resilience. It requires shouldering emotional burden, sometimes absorbing negativity, and maintaining composure under pressure. This is not weakness. It is a profound form of fortitude. Think about the strength of reliability. Being the person others can always count on, the one who follows through, meets deadlines, and honors commitments, requires discipline, integrity, and a powerful sense of responsibility. It's easy to make bold promises. It takes strength of character to consistently deliver. Furthermore, the beta tendency towards harmony-seeking is often misread as passive conflict avoidance. While some individuals might avoid conflict unhealthily, for many betas, this drive stems from a desire for positive, functional relationships and environments. It often translates into the courageous act of mediation, the diplomatic skill of navigating sensitive issues, and the strength to address underlying problems constructively rather than through brute force or aggression. De-escalating a tense situation or finding common ground requires far more inner strength and control than simply shouting the loudest. Contrast this with the often lauded alpha strength, which frequently emphasizes overt dominance and aggression. While assertiveness has its place, confusing aggression with strength is a dangerous fallacy. True strength lies not in the ability to intimidate, but in resilience, integrity, empathy, and the courage to act according to one's values, qualities abundant in many beta-leaning individuals. The quiet strength of a dedicated caregiver, the unwavering resolve of a diplomat negotiating peace, the resilience of a team member holding things together under pressure. These are all powerful manifestations of strength that defy the simplistic beta-weak equation. Myth 2. Beta passive follower. Hand in hand with the myth of weakness comes the stereotype of the beta as a perpetual follower, someone lacking initiative, incapable of independent thought, and destined only to take orders. This fundamentally misunderstands the nature of collaboration and the concept of quiet influence. Firstly, choosing a supportive role is not the same as being incapable of leading. Many betas actively choose collaborative or supportive positions because they align with their skills, values, or the specific needs of a situation. They might recognize that their strengths lie in execution, detail management, or fostering team cohesion, and strategically leverage those strengths for the group's benefit. This is a conscious choice, not a default setting born of passivity. Secondly, betas often exert significant influence, just not in the overt, top-down manner typically associated with alphas. Their influence stems from thoughtful input. By listening carefully and thinking reflectively, betas often provide crucial insights, identify potential pitfalls, and offer well-considered solutions that shape the direction of a project or discussion. Building consensus. Their ability to understand different perspectives and foster harmony allows them to build bridges and guide groups towards agreement, often more effectively than a purely directive approach. Reliability. Their dependability earns them trust and respect, giving their opinions and suggestions considerable weight. People listen to those they know they can count on. Leading by example. Through their work ethic, integrity, and collaborative spirit, they set a positive tone and inspire similar behavior in others. This is quiet influence, the ability to shape outcomes and guide others through competence, trust, and collaboration rather than command. Furthermore, the idea that betas cannot lead is demonstrably false. Many individuals with strong beta traits occupy leadership positions. However, their leadership style often differs from the alpha archetype. They might practice servant leadership, focusing on the needs of the team, collaborative leadership, facilitating group decision-making, or transformational leadership, inspiring and empowering others. These styles, which we will explore further in Chapter 6, are often highly effective, fostering loyalty, creativity, and long-term success precisely because they leverage beta strengths, like empathy and collaboration. Labeling betas as mere passive followers ignores their capacity for both quiet influence and effective, people-centric leadership. Myth 3. Beta unambitious lacks drive. If alphas are the driven conquerors, then betas, according to the stereotype, must be content with mediocrity, lacking the fire and ambition necessary for significant achievement. This myth hinges on a narrow, often materialistic definition of ambition. Ambition isn't monolithic. It doesn't always look like climbing the corporate ladder, seeking the corner office, or accumulating the most power or wealth. Ambition can manifest in myriad ways, and beta-leaning individuals often pursue goals that are deeply meaningful, even if they aren't flashy. Mastery and craftsmanship. Many betas are driven by a desire to excel in their chosen field, to hone their skills, and to produce work of exceptional quality. Their ambition lies in competence and contribution, not necessarily status. Making a difference. Ambition can be channeled towards service, social impact, or improving the lives of others. Think of dedicated teachers, healthcare professionals, researchers, or nonprofit workers driven by purpose, team success. A beta's ambition might be focused on the collective achievement of their team or organization. They derive satisfaction from contributing to a successful group effort. Stability and security. For some, ambition means creating a stable, secure, and harmonious life for themselves and their loved ones, a perfectly valid and often challenging goal. Creative expression. Artists, writers, and musicians often exhibit beta traits, introspection, sensitivity, and possess immense drive focused on bringing their creative visions to life. Success, like ambition, isn't one size fits all. Countless highly successful individuals across diverse fields exhibit predominantly beta traits. Think of scientists meticulously working for decades on breakthroughs, writers pouring their souls into novels, dedicated engineers ensuring complex systems function flawlessly, or community organizers building grassroots movements. Their drive might be quieter, their focus less on personal glory, but their ambition and impact are undeniable. To assume betas lack drive is to fail to recognize the diverse forms that human motivation and achievement can take. Myth 4. Beta less attractive, desirable, especially for men. This myth operates heavily in the realm of dating and relationships, particularly fueled by toxic masculinity narratives that equate attractiveness with alpha dominance. Men in particular face immense pressure to conform to an aggressive, assertive, emotionally stoic alpha ideal to be considered desirable partners. Those who exhibit kindness, sensitivity, supportiveness, or a less dominant demeanor are often unfairly labeled as beta and deemed less attractive. This is a deeply flawed and damaging perspective built on a narrow and often immature definition of attraction. While initial attraction can sometimes be sparked by overt confidence or charisma, which can be faked, lasting, healthy relationships are built on far more substantial qualities often abundant in betas, reliability and trustworthiness. Knowing you can count on your partner provides a fundamental sense of security, which is incredibly attractive. Kindness and empathy. A partner who genuinely cares about your feelings, listens attentively, and treats you with compassion is far more desirable long-term than someone focused solely on their own dominance. Loyalty. Deep, committed loyalty is a cornerstone of enduring love and partnership. Emotional availability. The ability to connect emotionally, share vulnerability appropriately, and be present for a partner is crucial for intimacy, something often easier for empathetic betas than for those adhering to a stoic alpha facade. Intelligence and thoughtfulness, engaging conversations, shared interests, and genuine thoughtfulness are highly attractive qualities. Stability. Providing a stable, supportive presence is immensely valuable in a life partner. True confidence, which is attractive, isn't about bluster, arrogance, or putting others down. It's a quiet self-assurance rooted in competence, integrity, and self-acceptance, something betas can cultivate authentically, as we'll discuss later. The notion that only aggressive alpha types are desirable ignores the mature qualities that form the bedrock of genuine connection and lasting partnership. Many people actively seek partners who embody the reliability, kindness, and supportive nature characteristic of the beta style. The roots and dangers of stereotypes. Where did these negative myths come from? They likely coalesced from various sources: the misapplication of animal behavior studies, industrial-era emphasis on command and control leadership models, simplistic media portrayals of heroes and villains, often mapping onto alpha-beta tropes, and cultural biases that favor extroversion and overt assertiveness. Certain subcultures actively promote these hierarchies for their own agendas. It's also worth noting that the value placed on beta traits can vary culturally. Some cultures place a higher premium on collectivism, harmony, and humility, naturally valuing beta contributions more explicitly than highly individualistic societies might. Regardless of their origin, the danger lies not just in societal perception, but in internalization. When individuals constantly hear that their natural tendencies are weak, passive, or unambitious, they risk falling prey to stereotype threat. This psychological phenomenon occurs when awareness of a negative stereotype about one's group hinders performance or self-belief. A beta-leaning individual might hesitate to share ideas, avoid leadership opportunities, or doubt their own capabilities simply because they've internalized the myth that they shouldn't be assertive or ambitious. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, limiting potential and causing unnecessary distress. Conclusion: reclaiming the narrative, embracing the truth. The myths surrounding the beta personality that it equates to weakness, passivity, lack of ambition, or undesirability are just that, myths. They are based on flawed analogies, narrow definitions, and a failure to appreciate the diverse spectrum of human strength and motivation. Reclaiming the narrative means actively challenging these stereotypes, both in our external conversations and our internal self-talk. It means recognizing that supportiveness requires strength, collaboration demands initiative, ambition takes many forms, and the qualities essential for healthy relationships are often hallmarks of the beta style. It means understanding that quiet influence is still influence, and that leadership can be empathetic and effective. By dismantling these misconceptions, we clear the path for a more accurate and affirming understanding. We create space to appreciate the genuine strengths and contributions of beta-leaning individuals, freeing them from the burden of negative labels and the pressure to conform to an inauthentic ideal. With the myths addressed, we can now turn our attention in the next chapter to a positive, in-depth exploration of the core characteristics that define the beta personality, celebrating the quiet power they hold. Chapter 3. The core characteristics of the beta personality. Having cleared away the fog of negative myths and misconceptions in the previous chapter, we can now turn our attention to the landscape itself. What does it truly mean to embody the traits often labeled as beta? Stripped of hierarchical judgment and damaging stereotypes, what are the core characteristics that define this personality style? This chapter delves into the heart of the matter, exploring the key attributes associated with the beta archetype, not as flaws or shortcomings, but as valuable strengths and preferences that enrich individuals and the world around them. It's crucial to remember, as we explore these characteristics, that we are talking about tendencies and preferences, not rigid, immutable boxes. Most people exhibit a blend of traits, and context often influences behavior. However, individuals who resonate strongly with the beta style often find these particular characteristics are central to how they operate, interact, and find meaning. Let's explore these foundational qualities with the appreciation they deserve. Empathy, the foundation of connection. At the very core of the beta personality often lies a profound capacity for empathy. This isn't simply feeling sorry for someone, sympathy, but the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. It encompasses both. Cognitive empathy, the ability to understand another person's perspective, to see the world through their eyes, even if you don't agree with them. Affective empathy, the ability to feel with someone, to resonate emotionally with their joy, sorrow, or frustration. How does this manifest? It shows up in the friend who truly listens, not just waiting for their turn to talk, but seeking to understand the emotions behind the words. It's the colleague who notices when someone seems overwhelmed and quietly offers assistance or a word of encouragement. It's the manager who considers the impact of decisions on team morale and individual well-being. Empathetic individuals often anticipate the needs of others, sometimes before those needs are even articulated. They possess an intuitive sense of the emotional currents in a room or relationship. The value of empathy is immeasurable. It is the bedrock upon which strong, trusting relationships are built. When people feel genuinely understood and cared for, barriers come down and connection deepens. In team settings, empathy fosters psychological safety, encouraging open communication and collaboration. It allows for more effective conflict resolution, as empathetic individuals are better equipped to understand the underlying needs and perspectives driving the disagreement. Furthermore, empathy informs more thoughtful and ethical decision-making, as the potential impact on others is naturally considered. While sometimes dismissed as soft, empathy is, in fact, a powerful skill essential for navigating the complexities of human interaction and building a more compassionate world. Reliability and dependability, the quiet cornerstone. If empathy forms the emotional foundation, reliability is the structural cornerstone of the beta personality. It's the quiet, consistent quality of being someone others can count on. This isn't about flashy displays, but about the steady, unwavering commitment to one's word and responsibilities. Reliability manifests in countless everyday actions, showing up on time, meeting deadlines, keeping promises, following through on commitments, and taking ownership of one's tasks. It's the project manager who meticulously tracks details to ensure nothing falls through the cracks. It's the partner who consistently shares the load of household chores without needing constant reminders. It's the employee whose work is consistently thorough and delivered as expected. It's the friend who you know will be there if you call them in a crisis. The value of reliability cannot be overstated. It builds trust more effectively than almost any other trait. When people know they can depend on you, it creates a profound sense of security and predictability in relationships and work environments. This trust is the currency of effective collaboration. Teams function best when members trust each other to fulfill their roles. Reliability reduces stress and friction for everyone involved. Managers don't need to constantly check up. Colleagues know tasks will be completed, and partners feel secure in the relationship. It demonstrates integrity and respect for others' time and effort. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, the reliable individual provides an anchor of stability, a quiet testament to the power of consistency and character. Collaboration and team orientation. Stronger together. While the alpha archetype is often associated with individual dominance, the beta style typically shines in collaborative environments. There's often an innate understanding that the collective can achieve more than the individual and a genuine preference for working with others toward shared goals. This collaborative spirit manifests in several ways. Betas are often skilled at sharing information freely, recognizing that knowledge hoarding hinders group progress. They are naturally supportive of colleagues offering help, sharing credit, and celebrating team wins. They tend to value diverse input, understanding that different perspectives lead to richer solutions, and are often adept at facilitating group harmony, smoothing over disagreements and ensuring everyone feels heard. Crucially, they often prioritize the success of the group over personal glory or recognition. Their satisfaction comes from contributing to a collective achievement. The value of this collaborative orientation is immense, particularly in today's increasingly complex and interconnected world. Synergy, the idea that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, is the direct result of effective collaboration. Diverse teams that collaborate well are consistently shown to be more innovative and better at problem-solving. A collaborative atmosphere improves morale and job satisfaction, as people feel valued and connected. Think of a brainstorming session where a beta team member skillfully integrates different ideas, ensuring no contribution is lost. Consider the research team where members openly share findings and support each other's work, leading to faster breakthroughs. Think of the family or partnership where responsibilities are shared equitably and decisions are made together. Collaboration isn't just the nice to have. It's a fundamental driver of progress and positive relationships, and it's a domain where beta strengths naturally excel. Thoughtfulness and introspection. Depth over speed. In a culture that often prizes speed and decisive action, the beta tendency towards thoughtfulness and introspection can be undervalued, yet it holds immense power. Thoughtfulness here refers to careful consideration, deliberation, and a tendency to think before acting or speaking. Introspection involves looking inward, examining one's own thoughts, feelings, and motivations. This manifests as a preference for analyzing situations before jumping in, considering potential consequences, and planning carefully. Betas may take longer to respond or make decisions, not out of indecisiveness, but because they are processing information deeply. They often prefer meaningful, in-depth conversations over superficial small talk and engage in self-reflection to understand their own experiences and learn from mistakes. They might be the strategist who anticipates challenges others miss, the friend who offers nuanced and well-considered advice, or the individual who quietly learns and grows from setbacks through careful self-analysis. The value of this thoughtful, introspective approach is significant. It leads to more informed and robust decisions, reducing the likelihood of impulsive errors. Careful planning and consideration of consequences mitigate risks. Introspection fosters self-awareness, which is crucial for personal growth, emotional intelligence, and understanding how one impacts others. It brings depth to relationships, as thoughtful individuals often offer insightful perspectives and genuine understanding. While the world may sometimes rush past, the thoughtful contributions of betas provide necessary ballast, ensuring that actions are considered, plans are sound, and learning happens along the way. Loyalty, the enduring bond. Loyalty is another characteristic often strongly associated with the beta personality. This refers to a steadfastness and commitment to people, principles, teams, or organizations. It's a deep-seated sense of allegiance and a willingness to stand by those commitments even when it's difficult. Loyalty manifests as unwavering support for friends and family through thick and thin. It shows up in the employee who is dedicated to their company's mission and colleagues, not just looking for the next best offer. It's seen in the citizen committed to improving their community or the individual who staunchly defends their core values and principles. Beta loyalty is often quiet, but deeply felt and fiercely held. It's less about blind obedience and more about a conscious commitment based on trust, shared values, or genuine affection. The value of loyalty is profound. It creates deep, enduring bonds in personal relationships, fostering a sense of security and mutual reliance. In teams and organizations, loyalty contributes to stability, cohesion, and a shared sense of purpose. It demonstrates integrity and character signaling that an individual is trustworthy and committed. While loyalty should not be absolute or unquestioning, healthy boundaries are still essential. The capacity for deep loyalty is a powerful human trait that builds strong communities and lasting partnerships. The loyal beta provides a stable anchor in relationships and groups, someone whose commitment can be relied upon over the long haul. Bonus: detail orientation and conscientiousness. Often intertwined with reliability and thoughtfulness is a tendency towards detail orientation and conscientiousness. This isn't universal, but many beta-leaning individuals excel at noticing the small things, ensuring accuracy, and approaching tasks with thoroughness. They might be the ones proofreading documents meticulously, catching errors in code, remembering important dates, or ensuring all aspects of a plan are covered. This conscientiousness complements broader big-picture thinking and is invaluable for ensuring quality, preventing costly mistakes, and maintaining high standards. Reflecting on your tendencies, a gentle guide. As you read through these descriptions, you might find some resonate more strongly than others. This isn't a diagnostic test or a way to definitively label yourself. Rather, it's an invitation to reflect on your own natural preferences and tendencies. Consider these questions gently. Do you often find yourself naturally tuning into the emotions of others? Does helping someone feel understood bring you satisfaction? Empathy. Do people frequently describe you as someone they can count on? Do you take your commitment seriously? Reliability. Do you generally prefer working as part of a team? Do you find joy in collective success? Collaboration. Do you tend to think things through carefully before acting? Do you value time for reflection, thoughtfulness/introspection? Are your relationships, friendships, family, partnerships, marked by a deep sense of commitment and steadfastness? Loyalty. Do you often notice details that others miss? Do you strive for thoroughness in your work? Detail orientation. Recognizing these tendencies within yourself is the first step towards appreciating their value. These are not signs of being second best. They are indicators of a personality style rich with strengths that are essential for healthy relationships, functional teams, and a compassionate society. Conclusion: embracing the core strengths. Empathy, reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, and loyalty. These are not minor traits. They are powerful characteristics that form the bedrock of trust, connection, and effective functioning in nearly every sphere of human life. The beta personality style, far from being weak or passive, is often characterized by a deep wellspring of these essential human qualities. By understanding and appreciating these core characteristics, we move beyond simplistic labels and begin to see the true value inherent in this way of being. These traits are not liabilities to be overcome, but assets to be leveraged. In the next part of this book, we will explore exactly how these strengths translate into tangible advantages and positive impacts in teamwork, relationships, leadership, and building a fulfilling life on your own authentic terms. Chapter 4. The Power of Collaboration. the beta as the ultimate team player. We've journeyed through the often misunderstood landscape of personality archetypes, dismantled harmful myths surrounding the beta label, and illuminated the core characteristics: empathy, reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, loyalty that define this style not as lesser, but as different and deeply valuable. Now we enter part 2 of our exploration, shifting focus from what these traits are to how they manifest as powerful strengths in the real world. And there is perhaps no arena where the beta personality shines more brightly, more consistently, than in the realm of teamwork. From intricate projects at work to raising a family, from community initiatives to navigating complex social challenges, collaboration is the lifeblood of human progress and connection. Few significant achievements happen in isolation, yet effective teamwork doesn't always come easily. It requires more than just putting people together. It demands a specific set of skills and attitudes. It requires individuals who understand the delicate dance of shared goals, mutual support, and effective communication. It requires, in many ways, the very strengths that are hallmarks of the beta personality. Why are beta-leaning individuals so often the unsung heroes of successful teams, the crucial members who ensure cohesion, progress, and positive dynamics? What makes them arguably the ultimate team players? This chapter explores the synergistic power that emerges when beta characteristics are brought into a collaborative setting. Beyond individualism, the collaborative mindset. At the heart of the beta's aptitude for teamwork lies a fundamental mindset difference. While some personality styles might naturally gravitate towards individual achievement, competition, or leading from the front, often associated with the alpha archetype, the beta often possesses an inherent collaborative mindset. This isn't necessarily about lacking ambition, as we debunked earlier, but about understanding that individual success is often intertwined with and amplified by group success. This mindset includes several key elements. Focus on shared goals. Betas tend to readily align with collective objectives. They understand that the team's success is their success, and are motivated by contributing to that shared outcome. Belief in synergy. There's often an intuitive grasp of the principle that diverse perspectives and combined efforts lead to better, more robust results than any single individual could achieve alone. They value the process of co-creation. Comfort with interdependence. Unlike personality styles that prize radical independence, like the Sigma archetype, betas are generally comfortable with mutual reliance. They understand that asking for help, offering support, and sharing responsibility are signs of a functional team, not weakness. Intrinsic motivation from contribution. While external recognition is welcome, many betas derive significant satisfaction simply from playing their part effectively and contributing meaningfully to the group's efforts. This underlying orientation towards we, rather than just me, creates a natural foundation for effective teamwork. It predisposes them to engage in the pro-social behaviors that make collaboration work. Leveraging core strengths in team dynamics, the beta's collaborative mindset provides the fertile ground. But it's the core characteristics we explored in Chapter 3 that truly blossom within a team environment, acting as powerful catalysts for group success. 1. Empathy in action, fostering connection and safety. Empathy is the emotional lubricant of teamwork. A beta's ability to understand and resonate with the feelings and perspectives of others is invaluable. Understanding team dynamics. Empathetic betas often have a keen sense of the team's emotional climate. They can pick up on unspoken tensions, notice when someone is feeling excluded or overwhelmed, and gauge the overall morale. This awareness allows them to respond proactively, anticipating needs. They might notice a colleague struggling with a task and offer help before being asked, or sense that a quieter team member has an idea they're hesitant to voice and create an opening for them. Mediating conflicts. Their ability to see multiple perspectives makes them natural mediators. They can help conflicting parties understand each other's viewpoints, find common ground, and navigate disagreements constructively, preventing minor issues from escalating. Fostering psychological safety. By listening without judgment and showing genuine care, empathetic betas contribute significantly to creating an environment where team members feel safe to speak up, take risks, share ideas, and admit mistakes without fear of ridicule or punishment, a critical ingredient for high-performing teams. Example: imagine a tense project meeting where two colleagues are talking past each other. The beta team member, sensing the rising frustration, might interject calmly. It sounds like Sarah is concerned about the deadline feasibility, while Mark is focused on maintaining the quality standard. Could we explore how we might address both concerns? This empathetic reframing can instantly de-escalate the situation and redirect the conversation productively. 2. Reliability is the glue, building trust and ensuring progress. If empathy builds emotional connection, reliability builds operational trust. A team simply cannot function effectively if members cannot count on each other. The beta's inherent dependability is crucial. Ensuring task completion. Betas often take their responsibilities seriously, ensuring their part of the work is done thoroughly and on time. This prevents bottlenecks and keeps the project moving forward. Meeting commitments. Whether it's preparing for a meeting, providing requested information, or fulfilling a promise to help, their follow-through builds confidence among team members. Smooth operations. Their consistency reduces the need for constant oversight or reminders, freeing up mental energy for the entire team to focus on substantive work. Knowing that certain tasks are reliably handled creates predictability and stability. Foundation of trust. Every met deadline, every kept promise, every piece of consistently delivered work reinforces trust within the team. This trust is essential for open communication, risk-taking, and efficient collaboration. Example: on a complex software development project, the beta tester is known for their meticulous bug reporting and consistent follow-through on retesting fixes. The developers trust their reports implicitly, and the project manager knows they can rely on that part of the process running smoothly, allowing them to focus on other critical areas. 3. Active listening and thoughtful input. Enhancing understanding and decision-making. In teams dominated by louder voices, valuable insights can easily be lost. Betas often excel as active listeners, absorbing information fully before responding, truly hearing others. They focus on understanding the speaker's message, both verbal and nonverbal, rather than just planning their own response. This makes others feel genuinely heard and valued. Synthesizing information. Their ability to listen carefully allows them to track complex discussions, identify key themes, and synthesize diverse viewpoints effectively. Asking clarifying questions. Instead of jumping to conclusions, they often ask thoughtful questions that deepen the team's understanding of an issue or reveal underlying assumptions. Offering considered suggestions. When betas do contribute their own ideas, they are often well-reasoned and take into account what has already been discussed, adding depth and nuance to the conversation rather than simply competing for airtime. Example: during a strategic planning session, After various executives have presented bold but conflicting visions, a beta manager might say, "I've heard compelling points about both market expansion and product consolidation. Could we spend a few minutes mapping out the potential resource implications of each path? Perhaps seeing that laid out will help clarify our priorities." This thoughtful intervention, based on careful listening, brings practical grounding to the discussion. 4. Harmony and support. Nurturing positive group dynamics. Betas often have a strong preference for positive, functional group dynamics and actively work to foster them. Facilitating participation. They might gently encourage quieter members to share their thoughts or ensure that discussions don't get monopolized by a few individuals. Celebrating successes. They are often quick to acknowledge the contributions of others and celebrate team milestones, boosting morale and reinforcing positive behaviors. Offering support. They are frequently the ones who offer practical help or emotional support to colleagues facing challenges, strengthening team bonds. Acting as social lubricant. They might organize informal team gatherings or simply check in with colleagues personally, helping to build rapport and a sense of community within the team. Example. On a long and demanding project, a beta team member notices morale dipping. They take the initiative to organize a simple team lunch or suggest a quick break for a non-work chat, helping to recharge energy and reinforce camaraderie. The beta contribution across team stages. The value of the beta team player is evident throughout the typical stages of team development, often described by Tuckman's model. Forming. As the team initially comes together, the beta's empathy and supportive nature help build rapport and establish initial connections. Storming. When conflicts inevitably arise as team members assert their controlling opinions, the beta's ability to listen, mediate, and seek harmony can be crucial in navigating the stage constructively. Norming. Betas contribute significantly to establishing positive group norms. Through their reliability, collaborative approach, and focus on process, they help solidify how the team works together effectively. Performing. In the high-performance stage, betas are often the steady engines, ensuring consistent progress, maintaining quality, facilitating smooth collaboration, and supporting team members. Adjourning. As the team disbands, betas can help ensure tasks are properly concluded, knowledge is transferred, and the closure process is handled sensitively. Potential pitfalls. The importance of balance. While beta traits are immense assets in teamwork, it's important to acknowledge potential pitfalls if these traits become unbalanced. An excessive desire for harmony might lead to unhealthy conflict avoidance where important issues aren't addressed. Extreme supportiveness without boundaries can lead to burnout or being taken advantage of. Reliability can sometimes morph into an inability to delegate or say no. However, these are not inherent flaws of the beta style itself, but rather areas requiring self-awareness and the development of complementary skills, such as healthy assertiveness and effective boundary-setting topics we will delve into in later chapters on personal growth. The effective beta team player learns to balance their collaborative strengths with appropriate self-advocacy and self-care. Conclusion. The indispensable team player. In the intricate ecosystem of a successful team, the beta personality is not merely a supporting character. They are often the vital connective tissue, the stabilizing force, and the catalyst for genuine collaboration. Their empathy fosters connection. Their reliability builds trust. Their listening enhances understanding, and their supportive nature nurtures positive dynamics. They embody the understanding that teamwork is not just about individual contributions, but about the synergy created when people work together effectively, respectfully, and with shared purpose. Being the ultimate team player is not a consolation prize for not being the leader in the traditional sense. It is a position of immense strength, influence, and critical importance. The ability to elevate the performance and well-being of the entire group is a superpower, and as we'll explore in the next chapter, the foundation upon which this collaborative strength and trustworthiness rests is the bedrock quality of reliability, a trait deserving of its own spotlight. Chapter 5. Reliability and Trustworthiness, the bedrock of relationships. In the last chapter, we celebrated the beta personality as the ultimate team player, highlighting how the collaborative spirit, empathy, and dependability foster synergy and success in group settings. We saw how reliability acts as the essential glue holding effective teams together, but the significance of reliability extends far beyond the confines of a project team or work group. It is, quite simply, the bedrock upon which all healthy, functional relationships are built, be they professional, personal, familial, or communal. What do we mean by reliability and trustworthiness? At its core, reliability is about consistency and dependability. It's the quality of being someone others can count on to act in predictable, positive ways, to follow through on commitments, and to meet expectations. Trustworthiness encompasses reliability but goes deeper, touching upon integrity, honesty, discretion, and the alignment of one's actions with their words and values. It is the confidence others have not just in what you do, but in who you are. For individuals leaning towards the beta personality style, these qualities are often not afterthoughts or skills to be consciously cultivated, but deeply ingrained aspects of their character, stemming naturally from traits like conscientiousness, loyalty, and thoughtfulness. This chapter delves into the profound value of this inherent reliability, exploring how it builds the essential trust that allows all forms of human connection to flourish. The psychology of trust, why reliability matters. Humans are fundamentally social creatures. Our survival and well-being have always depended on our ability to cooperate, form bonds, and rely on one another. Trust is the invisible thread that weaves the fabric of society together. It allows us to be vulnerable, to engage in reciprocal relationships, and to navigate the world with a degree of predictability and security. Reliability is the primary mechanism through which trust is built and maintained. Every time someone acts, dependably keeps a promise, meets a deadline, offers consistent support, tells the truth, they lay another brick in the foundation of trust. Consistent, reliable behavior creates positive expectations. We learn that we can count on this person, which reduces anxiety and allows us to invest in the relationship, knowing our vulnerability is unlikely to be exploited. Conversely, unreliability shatters trust. Broken promises, missed commitments, and inconsistent behavior create uncertainty, anxiety, and distance. Rebuilding trust, once it's broken, is often a long and arduous process. The beta's natural inclination towards reliability, therefore, isn't just a nice personality quirk. It's a vital contribution to the fundamental human need for trustworthy connections. Reliability in professional relationships. The dependable colleague, employee, and leader. In the professional sphere, reliability and trustworthiness are currencies of immense value. They impact everything from daily workflows to long-term career progression and organizational success. Among colleagues, imagine working alongside someone utterly unreliable. Deadlines are missed, shared tasks are incomplete, information isn't passed on. The result? Increased stress, duplicated effort, resentment, and a breakdown in collaboration. Now, contrast that with the reliable colleague, the beta team player we discussed earlier. They do their part, communicate proactively, share information willingly, and can be counted on to follow through. This fosters mutual respect, encourages reciprocal support, and makes the entire team function more smoothly and effectively. Knowing you have dependable colleagues allows everyone to focus on their own tasks with confidence. As an employee, from a manager's perspective, a reliable employee is invaluable. They require less supervision, can be trusted with important tasks, and contribute consistently to the team's goals. Their dependability provides predictability and performance, making planning and delegation easier. While flashy ideas might initially grab attention, it's often the reliable, conscientious beta employee who becomes the indispensable backbone of the department, the one trusted to handle critical functions or train new hires. Their reliability translates directly into efficiency and reduced managerial overhead. As a leader, while Chapter 6 will delve deeper into beta leadership styles, reliability is a cornerstone of any effective leadership. A leader who is inconsistent, makes promises they don't keep, or whose actions don't align with their words, quickly loses the trust of their team. Beta leaders, often leveraging their natural dependability, build trust through consistency, fairness, transparency, and honoring commitments made to their team members. This creates a sense of psychological safety and stability, empowering the team to perform at its best. Example: a client services agency relies heavily on meeting tight deadlines. The account manager, known for her beta traits, meticulous organization, proactive communication about potential delays, and consistently delivering reports on time, builds deep trust with clients. They know they can depend on her, which leads to long-term contracts and positive referrals, far more valuable than a flashy salesperson who overpromises and underdelivers. Reliability in personal relationships, the anchor in the storm. If reliability is valuable professionally, it is absolutely essential personally. Our closest relationships with friends, partners, and family are where we seek emotional security, unwavering support, and enduring connection. Reliability is the anchor that provides this stability. Friendships. Think about your closest friends. Chances are they are people you can count on. The reliable friend is the one who shows up not just for the fun times, but for the difficult ones too. They remember important dates, offer a listening ear without judgment, keep confidences, and provide consistent support. This dependability deepens intimacy and creates a safe harbor in the often stormy seas of life. While charisma might initiate a friendship, it's reliability that sustains it over the long haul. The beta friend, often empathetic and loyal, provides a steadfast presence that is truly priceless. Romantic partnerships. In a romantic partnership, reliability forms the very foundation of security and commitment. Can you count on your partner to be there for you emotionally? Can you depend on them to share responsibilities fairly? Are they consistent in their affection and commitment? Unreliability in a partner, broken promises, emotional inconsistency, failure to follow through on shared plans breeds insecurity, anxiety, and resentment, eroding the very fabric of the relationship. The reliable beta partner, offering steady support, emotional consistency, and dependability in daily life, contributes immensely to a secure, stable, and loving partnership where both individuals can thrive. Family. Within families, reliable members often become the pillars of stability. They might be the organizers who remember birthdays and plan gatherings, the listeners who mediate disputes, or simply the ones who consistently show up with support and care. This dependability contributes significantly to family cohesion, creating traditions, maintaining connections, and providing a sense of continuity across generations. The reliable beta sibling, parent or child, often plays a crucial, if sometimes unheralded, role in holding the family unit together. Example: two friends face personal crises simultaneously. One friend's support network proves flaky and inconsistent, adding to their stress. The other friend has a close beta confidant who, despite their own challenges, consistently checks in, offers practical help, and provides unwavering emotional support, becoming an essential anchor during a difficult time. The difference lies in reliability. Trustworthiness, integrity, honesty, and discretion. While reliability often focuses on the consistency of actions and fulfilling commitments, trustworthiness encompasses a broader sense of integrity. It's about being honest, acting ethically, maintaining confidentiality, and having a character that aligns with dependable behavior. Beta traits often contribute significantly to this deeper trustworthiness, integrity, and honesty. Thoughtfulness and empathy often lead betas to consider the impact of their actions on others, fostering a natural inclination towards honesty and ethical behavior. They may be less likely to cut corners or engage in deceit if they understand the potential harm it could cause. Discretion and confidentiality. The introspective and often reserved nature of many betas can make them excellent keepers of confidence. They understand the value of privacy and are less likely to engage in gossip or betray trust by sharing sensitive information inappropriately. This makes them sought-after confidants. Alignment of words and actions. Reliability inherently involves aligning actions with words. Trustworthiness deepens this, suggesting an underlying consistency in values and character. People trust betas not just because they do what they say, but because they often are who they appear to be, genuine and principled. This trustworthiness generates a specific kind of quiet confidence. It's not the boastful confidence of the stereotypical alpha, but the steady self-assurance that comes from knowing you are a person of integrity, someone others can genuinely rely upon. This inner confidence is often perceptible to others, further reinforcing their trust. The high cost of unreliability. Understanding the value of reliability also requires acknowledging the significant cost of its absence. Unreliability corrodes relationships and hinders progress. Broken trust. As mentioned, trust is hard-earned and easily broken by inconsistency. Rebuilding it requires significant effort and time if it's possible at all. Damaged reputation. Whether personal or professional, a reputation for being unreliable is difficult to shake and can close doors to opportunities. Strained relationships. Constant disappointment and a lack of dependability inevitably lead to resentment, frustration, and emotional distance. Increased stress. Unreliable individuals create stress for everyone around, them who must constantly compensate, follow up, or worry about commitments being met. Missed opportunities. Teams with unreliable members fail to meet goals. Individuals known for inconsistency may be passed over for promotions or important projects. Seeing these costs starkly highlights why the beta tendency towards reliability is not a mundane or passive trait, but an active contribution to positive outcomes and healthy connections. Nurturing the bedrock. While reliability may come more naturally to those with beta leanings, it's also a quality that can be consciously nurtured and communicated. This involves not just being dependable, but also managing expectations effectively, communicating proactively if unforeseen circumstances cause delays, being realistic about commitments, and understanding that consistency over time matters more than occasional grand gestures. True reliability is built brick by brick through countless small acts of dependability. Conclusion. The quiet power of being counted on. Reliability and trustworthiness are not the most glamorous of traits. They don't always grab headlines or command the spotlight. Yet they are the essential invisible structures that hold our relationships, teams, and communities together. They are the bedrock upon which intimacy, collaboration, and social order are built. The beta personality, with its inherent inclinations towards conscientiousness, loyalty, thoughtfulness, and empathy, is naturally predisposed to embody these foundational qualities. This capacity for dependability is not a sign of being secondary or unremarkable. It is a profound strength, a quiet power that creates stability, fosters deep connection, and allows others to feel safe and secure. In a world that often feels uncertain, being the person others can truly count on is an invaluable contribution. Building on this foundation of trust, we turn next to explore how these very strengths can be leveraged into effective and impactful styles of leadership, challenging the notion that only one personality type can lead the way. Chapter 6. Empathetic Leadership. Leading from beside, not above. Having established the beta personality's prowess in collaboration, Chapter 4, and the profound value of their reliability and trustworthiness, Chapter 5, we now arrive at a topic often considered the exclusive domain of the alpha, leadership. For too long, popular culture, and even some business literature, have perpetuated the myth that true leadership requires overt dominance, unwavering assertiveness, and a commanding presence, traits stereotypically associated with the alpha archetype. This narrow view not only marginalizes other effective leadership styles, but also discourages countless capable individuals who don't fit that specific mold from recognizing or embracing their own leadership potential. This chapter directly challenges that outdated notion. We will explore how the core strengths of the beta personality, empathy, collaboration, reliability, thoughtfulness, are not peripheral to leadership, but can be foundational elements of highly effective modern leadership approaches. We introduce the concept of empathetic leadership, a style characterized by understanding, support, and a genuine focus on the team's well-being and development. It's about shifting the perspective from leading from above, dictating orders from a position of hierarchical power, to leading from beside, guiding, facilitating, and empowering the team as a trusted partner. It's time to recognize that leadership comes in many forms, and the beta way offers a powerful and much-needed alternative. Deconstructing traditional leadership tropes. The stereotypical image of the leader, the decisive, authoritative figure who commands attention and dictates direction, often draws heavily on a traditional, hierarchical, command and control model. This model, perhaps suited for rigid, industrial-era organizations or military structures, emphasizes top-down authority, strict adherence to rules, and positional power. While decisiveness and authority have their place, relying solely on this model in today's world has significant limitations. Stifles innovation. When all direction comes from the top, it discourages initiative, creativity, and diverse perspectives from emerging within the team. Lowers morale and engagement. Employees who feel like mere cogs in a machine, expected only to follow orders, are less likely to be engaged, motivated, or loyal. Poor adaptability. Top-down structures can be slow to react to rapidly changing, market conditions, or complex challenges that require distributed intelligence. Risk of toxicity. An overemphasis on dominance can easily slide into bullying, micromanagement, or a disregard for employee well-being, creating toxic work environments. Modern organizations facing complexity, rapid change, and a demand for innovation require different leadership capabilities. They need leaders who can foster psychological safety, encourage collaboration, harness collective intelligence, and engage employees authentically. This is where the strengths inherent in the beta personality style become not just relevant, but essential. Beta strengths as powerful leadership assets. Instead of viewing beta traits as antithetical to leadership, let's reframe them as significant assets. Empathy. An empathetic leader understands their team members on a human level, their motivations, strengths, challenges, and perspectives. This allows them to provide tailored support, communicate more effectively, knowing how messages will be received, anticipate potential issues, and resolve conflicts with greater understanding. Empathy builds deep trust and loyalty, as team members feel genuinely seen, heard, and valued by their leader. Collaboration. Leaders with a natural collaborative inclination don't see themselves as the sole source of wisdom. They actively solicit input, encourage teamwork, share ownership, and empower team members to contribute their best work. This shifts the dynamic from leader as director to leader as facilitator, unlocking the collective intelligence of the group and fostering a stronger sense of shared purpose. Reliability. As discussed in the previous chapter, reliability builds trust. A reliable leader is consistent, dependable, and follows through on commitments. Team members trust their leader's judgment, feel secure in the stability they provide, and know that fairness and consistency are guiding principles. This predictability creates a secure base from which the team can operate effectively. Thoughtfulness. Beta leaders often bring a considered, reflective approach. They analyze situations carefully, anticipate consequences, and listen to diverse viewpoints before making decisions. This thoughtfulness leads to more strategic choices, better planning, and a reduced likelihood of impulsive errors. It also signals to the team that their input is valued and considered. Humility. While not exclusive to betas, a sense of humility often accompanies this style. Empathetic leaders recognize they don't have all the answers. They are willing to admit mistakes, learn from others, including their team, and give credit where it's due. This authenticity and lack of arrogance foster respect and make the leader more approachable and trustworthy. When combined, these traits create a leadership style that is less about ego and dominance and more about service, empowerment, and collective achievement. Exploring beta-aligned leadership styles. These inherent strengths naturally lend themselves to several recognized and highly effective leadership models that stand in contrast to the traditional command and control approach. 1. Servant leadership. Definition. Coined by Robert K. Greenleaf, servant leadership flips the traditional power pyramid. The leader's primary motivation is to serve their team, their customers, their community. They focus on the growth, well-being, and empowerment of their followers, sharing power and putting others' needs first. Alignment with beta traits. This model resonates deeply with the beta style. Empathy is crucial for understanding and prioritizing the needs of others. Reliability is essential for being a dependable source of support. Collaboration is key to empowering the team and sharing decision-making. Humility is fundamental to the concept of serving rather than being served. Thoughtfulness guides decisions towards the long-term benefit of the individuals and the collective. Benefits. Servant leadership is strongly linked to higher employee engagement, increased job satisfaction, stronger ethical climates, greater team effectiveness, and enhanced long-term organizational performance. It fosters a culture of trust and mutual respect. 2. Transformational leadership, beta flavor. Definition. Transformational leaders inspire and motivate followers to achieve more than they thought possible. They articulate a compelling vision, act as role models, challenge assumptions, and provide individualized consideration and support to help followers develop their own potential. Alignment with beta traits. While charismatic alphas can certainly be transformational, betas bring a unique flavor to this style. Their empathy allows for deep individualized consideration, understanding what motivates each team member, and providing tailored mentorship. Their thoughtfulness helps in crafting and communicating a resonant and well-considered vision. Their reliability makes them consistent and trustworthy role models. Their collaborative nature encourages followers to participate in shaping the vision and achieving it together. Their supportiveness is key to developing followers' potential. Benefits. Transformational leadership is associated with increased innovation, higher levels of employee commitment and motivation, greater adaptability, and improved performance across various metrics. The beta flavor emphasizes sustainable inspiration through connection and development. 3. Collaborative facilitative leadership. Definition. This style emphasizes guiding group processes, ensuring equitable participation, building consensus, and empowering the team to make decisions collectively. The leader acts less as a director and more as a facilitator of the group's intelligence and energy. Alignment with beta traits. This is perhaps the most natural fit for many betas. The emphasis on collaboration is central. Empathy is vital for understanding group dynamics and ensuring all voices are heard. Active listening and thoughtfulness are key skills for facilitating discussions and synthesizing input. The beta preference for harmony, when healthy, drives the focus on building consensus and ensuring buy-in. Reliability ensures the process itself is managed consistently and fairly. Benefits. Collaborative leadership leads to stronger buy-in for decisions, leverages the diverse expertise within a team more effectively, enhances problem-solving capabilities for complex issues, and fosters a strong sense of shared ownership and responsibility. These are not mutually exclusive categories. An effective beta leader might blend elements of all three. The common thread is a shift away from top-down control towards empowerment, connection, and leveraging collective strengths. The quiet influence of beta leaders. Influence isn't always loud. Beta leaders often exert profound influence, but it might look different from the stereotypical alpha's approach. Their influence stems from competence and credibility. Their reliability, thoughtfulness, and often deep expertise earn them respect, consistency, and fairness. People trust leaders who are predictable and treat everyone equitably, building relationships. Their empathy and collaborative nature foster strong, trusting relationships, which are a powerful source of influence. Empowerment. By empowering others and facilitating their success, they build loyalty and inspire commitment, leading by example. They model the behaviors they expect: collaboration, integrity, diligence, influencing the team culture through their actions. This quiet influence can be incredibly powerful and sustainable, fostering a culture of mutual respect rather than one based on fear or mere compliance. Addressing potential challenges. Of course, no leadership style is without potential challenges. Beta leaders, particularly those newer to the role, might sometimes struggle with decision-making speed. A highly consultative approach might sometimes slow down decisions when speed is critical, asserting authority. In situations requiring firm, unpopular decisions or direct confrontation, some betas might initially feel uncomfortable asserting authority. Perception issues. In environments heavily biased towards traditional alpha leadership, a beta leader's collaborative or empathetic style might initially be misinterpreted as weakness or indecisiveness by some. These are not insurmountable obstacles, but areas for development. Effective beta leaders learn to balance their collaborative instincts with decisiveness when needed, develop healthy assertiveness skills, Chapter 9 will explore this, and confidently communicate the value of their approach. Empathy does not preclude accountability. Thoughtfulness does not preclude timely action. It's about integrating these skills authentically within their core style. Conclusion: redefining leadership, embracing diversity. The landscape of leadership is evolving. The old paradigms are proving insufficient for the complexities of the modern world. The strengths inherent in the beta personality, empathy, collaboration, reliability, thoughtfulness, are not weaknesses to be overcome, but powerful assets for building engaged teams, fostering innovation, and leading with integrity. Empathetic leadership, servant leadership, collaborative leadership. These are not niche alternatives, but increasingly recognized pathways to sustainable success. They demonstrate that leadership can and should come from a place of connection, support, and shared purpose. For anyone who resonates with the beta traits, the potential for impactful leadership is immense. It doesn't require changing who you are. It requires understanding and leveraging the quiet power you already possess. Having explored the beta's impact in teamwork, relationships, and leadership, we now broaden our lens in the next chapter to consider their vital role as the stable foundation within society and family structures. Chapter 7. The Stable Foundation. Betas in Society and Family. In the preceding chapters of Part 2, we've celebrated the distinct strengths of the beta personality in action. We explored their exceptional ability to foster collaboration and act as ultimate team players, Chapter 4. Recognized the profound value of their reliability as the bedrock of trust in all relationships, Chapter 5. And challenged traditional notions by illuminating their potential for empathetic and effective leadership, Chapter 6. These chapters highlighted how beta traits translate into tangible advantages in specific roles and interactions. Now, as we conclude this exploration of beta strengths, we broaden our perspective to consider their vital, often unsung, contribution to the very fabric of our society and the intimacy of our family lives. Beyond the project team, the client relationship, or the formal leadership position, lies the complex ecosystem of community and kinship. Healthy societies and stable families require more than just dynamic visionaries or assertive frontrunners. They need connective tissue, stabilizing forces, and dependable cornerstones. They need individuals who consistently uphold norms, maintain systems, nurture connections, and provide care. Often these crucial roles are quietly and effectively filled by individuals embodying the core beta characteristics. This chapter celebrates the beta personality not just as a participant, but as an essential part of the stable foundation upon which thriving communities and families are built. The societal ecosystem, more than meets the eye. Think about the intricate machinery of a functioning society. While headlines might focus on high-profile leaders, groundbreaking innovators, or dramatic events, the day-to-day operation relies on countless acts of quiet diligence, cooperation, and care. Essential services run, communities organize, knowledge is preserved, and social norms are maintained largely through the consistent efforts of individuals often working outside the spotlight. Beta traits are instrumental in this often invisible framework. Reliability is the engine. Consider the sheer volume of societal functions that depend on reliability. Diligent public servants processing applications, conscientious healthcare workers providing consistent care, dependable utility workers maintaining infrastructure, meticulous accountants ensuring financial accuracy, punctual teachers educating the next generation. These roles, often filled by individuals who value dependability and thoroughness, beta traits, form the engine of societal operations. Their consistency ensures that systems function predictably, allowing everyone else to go about their lives with a degree of security. Collaboration as the weaver. Thriving communities are built on collaboration. Neighborhood watch groups, parent-teacher associations, local environmental committees, hobby clubs, support groups. These initiatives depend on people willing to work together for shared goals. The beta's natural inclination towards collaboration, their skill in facilitating group harmony, and their willingness to share responsibility make them invaluable participants and organizers in civic life. They weave the social fabric tighter through cooperative effort. Empathy as the glue. Social cohesion requires understanding and compassion between diverse individuals and groups. Empathy allows people to bridge divides, understand different perspectives, offer mutual support, and build stronger community bonds. Empathetic betas often act as social glue, fostering understanding in conversations, volunteering for causes that support vulnerable populations, or simply being the neighbor who listens and offers help, strengthening the relational network of the community. Thoughtfulness and conscientiousness as the preservers. Maintaining standards, preserving cultural heritage, ensuring careful planning for community projects, and upholding ethical norms require thoughtfulness and conscientiousness. Betas, with their tendency towards careful consideration and attention to detail, often play key roles in preserving knowledge, librarians, archivists, maintaining quality standards, inspectors, editors, and ensuring that community initiatives are well planned and executed responsibly. These contributions might not always be glamorous, but they are profoundly important. Society needs its everyday heroes, the reliable, empathetic, collaborative, and conscientious individuals who keep the wheels turning, the connections strong, and foundations stable. Often these heroes embody the quiet strength of the beta personality. Betas as community builders. The power of showing up at her. And now, zooming in on the local level, the impact of beta traits becomes even clearer. Consider the myriad of volunteer organizations and community groups that enrich our lives. Who ensures the local charity's finances are in order? Often it's the reliable, detail-oriented beta treasurer. Who meticulously organizes the logistics for the annual community fair or the neighborhood cleanup drive? Frequently, it's the thoughtful, conscientious beta planner. Who facilitates the discussions at the book club, ensuring everyone gets a chance to speak? Perhaps the collaborative, harmony-seeking beta member. Who provides a compassionate, listening ear on the crisis support hotline? Very often, individuals driven by deep empathy, a hallmark beta trait. These individuals don't necessarily seek leadership titles, but their consistent participation and leveraging of their core strengths are what allow these vital community initiatives to function and thrive. Their willingness to show up, contribute reliably, foster positive group dynamics, and attend to necessary details builds social capital and strengthens the community from the ground up. The family unit. Anchors of stability and care. Nowhere are the foundational contributions of the beta personality often more evident or more crucial than within the family unit. Families in all their diverse forms rely heavily on stability, emotional connection, and mutual care areas where beta strengths naturally shine, providing emotional stability. In the emotional roller coaster of family life, the presence of a calm, empathetic, and reliable individual can be an anchor. The beta family member is often the one others turn to for a listening ear, the steady presence during crises, the consistent source of comfort and understanding. Their ability to absorb emotional intensity without necessarily escalating it, and to offer genuine empathy, helps regulate the family's emotional climate. Maintaining routines, traditions, and history, reliability, conscientiousness, and often a sense of loyalty contribute to betas frequently being the keepers of family life's essential structures. They might be the ones who ensure regular family meals happen, who meticulously plan holiday gatherings year after year, who remember birthdays and anniversaries, or who carefully preserve family photos and stories. These routines and traditions, maintained through dependable effort, provide a vital sense of continuity, belonging, and shared identity for all family members. Nurturing and caregiving excellence. The combination of empathy, patience, reliability, and conscientiousness makes individuals with beta traits exceptionally well suited for nurturing and caregiving roles. Whether raising children, caring for aging parents, supporting a sick partner, or looking after siblings, the beta's capacity for attentive care, emotional support, and dependable follow-through is invaluable. While these roles can be demanding, betas often find deep meaning in providing this essential care, forming the compassionate heart of the family, mediating and maintaining harmony. The beta desire for harmony, when coupled with empathy, often positions them as informal mediators within the family. They can understand different perspectives in a disagreement, facilitate communication between conflicting parties, and gently guide towards resolution or compromise. While avoiding necessary conflict is unhealthy, the ability to navigate everyday tensions constructively helps maintain positive relationships and family cohesion. Example: consider a large extended family. One sibling embodying beta traits consistently organizes the annual reunion, mediates minor squabbles between cousins, reliably checks in on elderly relatives, and serves as the family's unofficial historian, keeping everyone connected despite geographical distance and busy lives. While other siblings might have more high-profile careers or louder personalities, this individual's quiet, consistent efforts are arguably the glue holding the extended family together. The indispensable nature of interdependence. This exploration underscores a fundamental truth often downplayed in hyper-individualistic cultures. Societies and families thrive on interdependence. We need each other. The beta personality, with its inherent focus on connection, support, collaboration, and reliability, naturally embodies and facilitates this vital interdependence. They understand, perhaps intuitively, that individual well-being is tied to collective well-being. Their actions consistently reinforce the bonds that allow us to rely on one another, creating a safety net of mutual support that benefits everyone. This stands in contrast to extreme individualism, which, taken too far, can lead to social isolation, weakened communities, and a fraying of the relational ties that provide meaning and security. Celebrating the ordinary extraordinary. Our culture often reserves its loudest applause for the dramatic, the disruptive, the overtly powerful. We celebrate the CEO who achieves explosive growth, the politician who wins a landslide victory, the artist who creates a controversial masterpiece. While these achievements have their place, we often overlook the profound, extraordinary value embedded in the seemingly ordinary contributions of countless individuals. The reliability that keeps the lights on, the empathy that comforts a grieving friend, the collaboration that builds a community garden, the conscientiousness that preserves family memories. These are not small things. These consistent, often quiet, contributions fueled by beta strengths are the very essence of what sustains us day to day. They provide the stability, warmth, and predictability that make life manageable and meaningful. It's time we recognized and celebrated this ordinary extraordinary with the appreciation it deserves. A note on value and visibility. It is true that these foundational contributions, precisely because they are often quiet and consistent, can sometimes be taken for granted or undervalued. The reliable person might only be noticed when they are not there. The emotional supporter might find their own needs overlooked. This risk of invisibility and the potential for burnout associated with extensive caregiving or support roles are important considerations we will address directly in Part 3, which focuses on personal growth, authenticity, and setting healthy boundaries. Conclusion. The quiet pillars of our world. As we conclude Part 2 of our journey, the picture of the beta personality should be clear. Far from being secondary or weak, this style embodies a collection of strengths that are fundamental to human connection and societal functioning. From fostering collaboration in teams to building trust through reliability, to offering empathetic leadership, and finally, to providing the stable foundation for families and communities. The beta way is one of quiet power and profound contribution. They are the steady anchors, the reliable connectors, the compassionate caregivers, the conscientious maintainers, the quiet pillars supporting the structures of our collective lives. Recognizing this value is crucial, not only for appreciating others, but, if you identify with these traits, for appreciating yourself. With this understanding of beta strengths firmly established, we now turn our attention in Part 3 to the journey of personal growth, embracing your authentic beta nature and learning to thrive, not by trying to be someone else, but by becoming the best, most fulfilled version of yourself. Chapter 8. Embracing Your Nature. The Path to Authenticity. We have journeyed together through the landscape of the beta personality, dismantling harmful myths, Part 1, and celebrating the profound, often unsung strengths inherent in this style, the power of collaboration, the bedrock of reliability, the potential for empathetic leadership, and the vital role in stabilizing families and communities, Part 2. Recognizing these external values and contributions is essential. But now, in Part 3, we turn inward. How does one take this understanding and apply it to their own life, their own growth, their own pursuit of fulfillment? The journey begins with the most fundamental step, authenticity. Authenticity, in this context, means living in alignment with your true self, your inherent personality tendencies, your core values, your genuine feelings and motivations. For individuals who resonate with the beta archetype, this means embracing your nature, your empathy, your collaborative spirit, your reliability, your thoughtfulness, not as traits to be overcome or apologized for, but as integral parts of who you are. It means resisting the immense societal pressure to conform to other ideals, particularly the often lauded alpha model, and choosing instead the courageous path of self-acceptance. This chapter explores why this acceptance is so crucial, the traps of inauthenticity, and the practical steps towards embracing your true beta nature as the foundation for genuine personal growth and peace. The pressure to conform, the fake alpha trap. Let's be honest. Living authentically as a beta in a world that often seems obsessed with alpha characteristics isn't always easy. From blockbuster movies, celebrating the lone dominant hero to corporate cultures rewarding aggressive self-promotion, the messages are pervasive. Be louder, be tougher, be more assertive, often meaning aggressive. Take charge, don't show vulnerability. Climb the ladder, and don't worry too much about who you step on along the way. These messages explicitly or implicitly devalue the quieter strengths of empathy, collaboration, and careful consideration. Faced with this constant barrage, many individuals with natural beta leanings feel immense pressure to conform. They might believe, consciously or unconsciously, that their inherent way of being is inadequate for success or acceptance. This can lead them into what we might call the fake alpha trap, the exhausting and ultimately self-defeating attempt to mimic behaviors associated with the alpha stereotype that go against their fundamental nature. This might look like forcing oneself to dominate conversations, even when preferring to listen and reflect. Suppressing natural empathy to appear tougher or more decisive. Feigning an excessive, often brittle, confidence to mask underlying thoughtfulness or caution. Adopting an overly aggressive or competitive stance in negotiations or teamwork, despite preferring collaboration. Avoiding seeking help or admitting uncertainty for fear of appearing weak. Prioritizing self-promotion over genuine contribution or team success. While the intention might be to fit in, gain approval, or achieve conventional success, the consequences of this inauthenticity are almost always negative and far-reaching. Internal conflict and chronic stress. Living out of alignment with your core, self creates constant inner friction. The mental energy required to monitor yourself, suppress natural responses, and maintain a facade is immense, leading to chronic stress, anxiety, and burnout. It feels like wearing ill-fitting clothes every single day. Reduced effectiveness and awkwardness. Trying to execute an alpha playbook without the underlying personality often comes across as forced, awkward, or insincere. A leadership style based on fake dominance rarely inspires genuine trust or loyalty. People often sense the incongruence even if they can't pinpoint it. You're less effective trying to be a second-rate version of someone else than you are being a first-rate version of yourself. Damaged relationships. Authenticity is the bedrock of genuine connection. When you present a false front, you prevent others from knowing the real you, leading to superficial relationships. Moreover, the forced aggression or suppressed empathy of the fake alpha persona can actively damage relationships, eroding trust and pushing people away. Loss of self and values. Continuously suppressing your true nature can lead to a confusing sense of identity. You might lose touch with your core values, your genuine passions, and what truly brings you satisfaction. Chasing external validation instead of internal alignment are missed opportunities to shine. While busy trying to fake alpha traits, you neglect to cultivate and leverage your powerful beta strengths. The time spent trying to dominate could have been spent facilitating brilliant collaboration. The energy used to feign toughness could have been channeled into empathetic problem-solving. You fail to contribute your unique value because you're trying to offer a counterfeit version of someone else's. The fake alpha trap promises acceptance and success, but often delivers only exhaustion, disconnection, and a hollow sense of achievement, if any. The only sustainable path to fulfillment lies in the opposite direction, embracing who you truly are. Understanding the roots of non-acceptance. Why do so many betas fall into this trap or struggle with self-acceptance? The reasons are often complex and deeply rooted. Internalized myths. The pervasive societal myths we debunked in Chapter 2. Beta weak, passive, unambitious can become internalized beliefs, leading to shame or dissatisfaction with one's own nature. Negative past experiences. Perhaps a parent, teacher, or boss criticized their quietness, sensitivity, or collaborative approach. Maybe they were overlooked or undervalued in a competitive environment. These experiences can create lasting wounds and reinforce the idea that their natural style is wrong. Unfavorable comparisons. Constantly comparing oneself to charismatic or dominant individuals, the perceived alphas, and focusing only on perceived differences or shortcomings rather than recognizing one's own unique strengths. Fear of judgment. Worrying that revealing their true, perhaps quieter or more sensitive nature will lead to rejection, ridicule, or being seen as inadequate. The desire to fit in and be accepted is a powerful human motivator. Recognizing these potential roots is the first step towards untangling them and moving towards acceptance. The liberating power of self-acceptance. Self-acceptance, particularly for a beta personality, doesn't mean resignation or apathy. It's not about saying, well, I'm just a beta, so I can't achieve much. Instead, it's an active, empowering stance, acknowledging, valuing, and appreciating your inherent traits and tendencies, your empathy, reliability, thoughtfulness, collaborative spirit without judgment, and without feeling the need to fundamentally change your core nature to gain worth or approval. It's looking in the mirror and saying, this is who I am, and that is not just okay, it is good. These traits are strengths. The benefits of cultivating this self-acceptance are transformative, reduced internal conflict, and increased peace. When your actions align with your inner nature, the exhausting internal battle ceases. There's a profound sense of peace and integration that comes from no longer pretending. Authentic confidence. True, lasting confidence doesn't come from mimicking others or puffing oneself up. It arises from deep self-awareness, acceptance of both strengths and limitations, and the quiet assurance of living with integrity. Accepting your beta nature allows this genuine confidence to emerge. Deeper, more genuine relationships. When you show up authentically, you allow others to connect with the real you. This fosters deeper intimacy, trust, and mutual understanding in friendships, family, and romantic partnerships. Improved mental and emotional well-being. Letting go of the exhausting facade frees up enormous mental and emotional energy. Stress and anxiety often decrease significantly when you stop fighting your own nature. Unlocking your true potential. Self-acceptance allows you to stop wasting energy trying to compensate for perceived weaknesses and instead focus on honing and leveraging your actual strengths. You can channel your empathy into connection, your reliability into building trust, your collaboration into achieving great things together. You become more effective by working with your nature, not against it. Practical steps towards embracing your beta nature. Self-acceptance is a journey, not an overnight switch. It requires conscious effort and practice. Here are some steps to help you embrace your authentic beta self. 1. Cultivate self-awareness. Pay attention to your natural tendencies. When do you feel most energized and in flow? When do you feel drained or stressed? What activities align with your core values? Keep a journal reflecting on your feelings, reactions, and the situations where your beta traits, empathy, collaboration, etc., naturally emerged. Reread Chapter 3 and identify the characteristics that resonate most strongly. 2. Actively challenge negative beliefs. Become aware of the internalized myths or negative self-talk related to your beta traits. When you catch yourself thinking, I should be more assertive, dominant, or my sensitivity is a weakness, consciously challenge it. Replace it with affirmations based on the strengths discussed in Part 2. My empathy helps me connect. My reliability builds trust. My thoughtfulness leads to better decisions. 3. Focus on and appreciate your strengths. Make a deliberate effort to notice and acknowledge instances where your beta traits had a positive impact. Did your reliability save a project? Did your empathy help a friend? Did your collaborative suggestion improve a team outcome? Consider keeping a strengths journal to record these moments, reinforcing their value. 4. Seek congruent environments. Find your tribe. Surround yourself, as much as possible, with people and environments that appreciate and value your authentic self. Look for friends who value kindness and loyalty, workplaces that foster collaboration, and communities that prize contribution over dominance. Limit exposure to excessively critical or judgmental individuals who constantly pressure you to be someone you're not. 5. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and acceptance you likely extend so readily to others. When you feel the pressure to conform or judge yourself harshly, pause and offer yourself compassion. Acknowledge that it's okay to be quiet, thoughtful, or supportive. Remind yourself that your worth is inherent, not conditional on fitting an external mold. Authenticity is growth, not stagnation. It's crucial to understand that embracing your beta nature does not mean becoming complacent or refusing to grow. Personal development is vital for everyone. However, authentic growth builds upon your core strengths and aligns with your values, rather than trying to fundamentally change your personality type. For example, a beta individual might recognize a need to develop better assertiveness skills, not to become an aggressive alpha, but to learn how to express their needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly and respectfully while still being empathetic and collaborative. They might work on becoming more decisive in certain situations, leveraging their thoughtfulness to make well-reasoned choices more efficiently, rather than trying to adopt a purely impulsive style. Growth comes from a place of self-acceptance, allowing you to consciously choose skills that complement your nature, rather than desperately trying to graft on traits that feel alien. Conclusion: the power of being you. The journey towards authenticity is perhaps the most important one any of us can undertake. For those who identify with the beta personality, it involves shedding the weight of societal expectations and the exhausting charade of the fake alpha. It means looking inward, recognizing the inherent worth and power in your empathy, reliability, collaboration, and thoughtfulness, and choosing to live in alignment with that truth. Embracing your beta nature is not about settling for less. It's about stepping into your genuine power. It's about finding the peace that comes from self-acceptance and the effectiveness that arises from leveraging your true strengths. It's the foundation upon which a fulfilling, meaningful, and authentically successful life can be built. With this foundation of self-acceptance laid, we can now explore how to build upon it, starting in the next chapter with developing the quiet confidence and healthy assertiveness that allows your authentic beta self to shine. Chapter 9. Developing Quiet Confidence, Assertiveness for Betas. Having embraced the path of authenticity in Chapter 8, recognizing and valuing your inherent beta nature, the next step in our journey of growth involves cultivating two crucial qualities, often misunderstood or seen as conflicting with the beta style: confidence and assertiveness. For many betas, the very words might conjure images of chest-thumping arrogance or aggressive confrontation behaviors that feel alien and undesirable. But this is a misconception rooted in the same narrow cultural narratives we've been challenging throughout this book. True confidence is not loud, Authentic assertiveness is not aggressive. This chapter aims to redefine these concepts through a beta lens. We will explore quiet confidence, a deep, internal self-assurance rooted in competence, integrity, and self-awareness, rather than external bluster. We will also unpack beta assertiveness, the ability to express your needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly, honestly, and respectfully, leveraging your innate empathy and thoughtfulness, not overriding them. Developing these qualities is not about betraying your beta nature. It's about equipping your authentic self with the tools needed to navigate the world effectively, protect your well-being, and ensure your valuable contributions are recognized and respected. Understanding quiet confidence, beyond bluster and bravado. Confidence is often portrayed as an outward performance, the booming voice, the unwavering certainty, the dominant presence. This alpha style of confidence can certainly be compelling, but it's often brittle, easily shattered, and sometimes masks deep insecurity. Quiet confidence, the kind that aligns naturally with beta strengths, is different. It's less about outward display and more about an internal state of being, grounded in tangible sources, competence. This is confidence born from skill, knowledge, and experience. When you know you are good at something, whether it's coding, mediating disputes, organizing complex projects, or offering insightful analysis, you develop a natural self-assurance in that domain. This confidence is earned through practice, learning, and mastery. Integrity. There's a profound confidence that comes from knowing you live in. Alignment with your values. When you act with honesty, uphold your commitments, reliability, and treat others with respect, empathy, you build self-respect. This inner knowledge that you are a person of integrity provides a steady, unshakable form of confidence. Self-awareness. True confidence isn't about believing you're perfect. It's about knowing yourself realistically. Your strengths, your weaknesses, your values, your triggers. Accepting this whole picture without harsh judgment allows you to operate from a place of grounded self-knowledge rather than defensive posturing. Contribution. Recognizing the value you bring to others through your reliable work, your supportive presence, your collaborative efforts, your thoughtful insights builds confidence. Knowing that you make a positive difference, even in quiet ways, affirms your worth. Resilience. Confidence also grows from navigating difficulty. Every challenge overcome, every mistake learned from, every setback survived, builds resilience and reinforces the belief in your ability to handle what life throws your way. Quiet confidence doesn't need to announce itself. It's a calm certainty, a comfortable self-possession, an inner knowing that doesn't rely on external validation or comparison. It allows you to be present, listen openly, contribute thoughtfully, and stand your ground when necessary, all without needing to dominate or diminish others. Building blocks of quiet confidence. Cultivating this authentic confidence is an ongoing process. Here are some practical building blocks. 1. Focus on competence. Build your skills. Identify areas where you have skills or knowledge or areas you want to develop. Dedicate time to learning, practicing, and honing these skills. Celebrate small wins and acknowledge your progress. Competence breeds confidence. 2. Live your values. Walk your talk. Make conscious choices that align with your core principles. Reliability, empathy, integrity, etc. When your actions match your values, you build self-respect, a key component of confidence. 3. Deepen self-acceptance. Reinforce Chapter 8. Continue the work of embracing your beta nature. The less energy you spend fighting or criticizing yourself, the more energy you have to build genuine confidence based on who you truly are. 4. Mind your body language. Project calm assurance. Confidence is internal, but body language communicates it externally and can even influence how you feel internally. Practice carrying yourself with a calm, open posture. Shoulders back, head up, maintaining comfortable eye contact, not staring aggressively, but not avoiding gaze either, and speaking with a clear, steady voice. This isn't about aggressive posturing, but about projecting quiet self-possession. 5. Manage negative self-talk. Challenge your inner critic. Beta introspection can sometimes turn into harsh self-criticism. Become aware of negative thought patterns. When you catch yourself engaging in overly critical self-talk, "I'm not good enough, I messed that up completely," challenge it. Is it truly accurate? Is it helpful? Reframe the thought more realistically and compassionately. For example, "I made a mistake, but I learned from it." Or, "This part is challenging, but I have strengths in other areas." Techniques from cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, can be very helpful here. 6. Seek and utilize feedback constructively. View feedback not as a judgment of your worth, but as valuable data for growth. Learn to ask for specific feedback from trusted sources and receive it openly, even if it's critical. Separate useful insights from unhelpful criticism. Using feedback to improve competence further fuels confidence. Demystifying assertiveness, finding your voice respectfully. Assertiveness is perhaps even more misunderstood than confidence, often conflated with aggression. It's vital to draw clear distinctions. Aggression, expressing needs or opinions in ways that violate the rights of others, involves hostility, blaming, threats, or disrespect, aims to win at others' expense, win-lose. Passivity, failing to express your own needs, feelings, or opinions, allowing others to infringe upon your rights. Avoiding conflict at all costs, even detrimental ones, lose-win. Passive aggression, expressing negative feelings or hostility indirectly. For example, sarcasm, sullenness, procrastination, forgetting. Avoids direct confrontation but still creates negativity and damages trust and lose-lose. Assertiveness, expressing your thoughts, feelings, needs, and boundaries, directly, honestly, and respectfully while simultaneously respecting the rights and boundaries of others. It aims for mutual understanding and constructive outcomes, win-win, or sometimes a respectful win-lose, where needs are incompatible but expressed respectfully. For betas, assertiveness is not about adopting aggressive tactics. It's about finding the courage and skill to voice your authentic self, your needs, your limits, your valuable opinions in a way that aligns with your values of respect and consideration for others. Assertiveness. Techniques. Tailored for betas. Developing assertiveness involves learning specific communication skills. Here are techniques particularly well suited for leveraging beta strengths. 1. Leverage empathy. The empathetic opening. Start difficult conversations by acknowledging the other person's perspective or feelings before stating your own need or boundary. This validates them, reduces defensiveness, and aligns with your natural empathy. Example: "I understand you're under pressure to get this report done quickly, and I need adequate time to ensure its accuracy. Can we adjust the deadline?" Instead of just, "This deadline is impossible." 2. Use I statements. Own your experience. Frame your communication around your own feelings, experiences, and needs, rather than blaming or accusing the other person. This is less confrontational and more likely to be heard. Example: "I feel concerned when project changes are made without discussion, because it impacts my workflow, instead of, you always change things without telling me. 3. The desk script, a structured approach. For particularly challenging situations, this model provides a clear, respectful framework. Describe. State the specific, observable behavior objectively, without judgment. When I receive multiple urgent requests at the same time. Express. Explain the impact on you using I statements. I feel overwhelmed and concerned that I won't be able to give each task the attention it deserves. Specify. Clearly and politely state the change you need or the action you request. Could we prioritize these requests together, or could some deadlines be adjusted? See consequences, optional. If necessary, state the positive outcomes of the change or the potential negative consequences if things stay the same. Focusing on objective impacts. Prioritizing will help ensure the most critical tasks are done well and on time. 4. Saying no gracefully but firmly. Betas often struggle with saying no due to their helpful nature and desire for harmony. Practice declining requests clearly, politely, and without excessive justification or apology, which can weaken the message. Example. Thank you for thinking of me for that project. Unfortunately, I don't have the capacity to take that on right now while doing justice to my current commitments. Offer an alternative if appropriate and genuine. Perhaps I could help with a smaller part later, or maybe colleague's name would be a good fit. 5. Setting boundaries. Proactively. Don't wait until you're resentful or overwhelmed. Use your thoughtfulness to anticipate potential issues and communicate your limits clearly and calmly before they become problems. Example. To ensure I can focus fully during client meetings, I'll be turning off email notifications during those scheduled times. 6. Practice makes progress. Start practicing these techniques in lower stakes, situations with a partner about chores, with a friend about plans, making a polite complaint about incorrect service. Rehearse difficult conversations beforehand. Confidence and skill build with practice. Overcoming common barriers to assertiveness. Understanding the techniques is one thing. Implementing them requires overcoming internal barriers common among betas. Fear of conflicts. Displeasing others. Reframe. Healthy assertiveness. Prevents larger conflicts by addressing issues early and respectfully. True harmony isn't the absence of disagreement, but the ability to navigate it constructively. Remind yourself that your needs are valid, even if they differ from others. Guilt about saying no or setting boundaries. Challenge the belief that being helpful kind means being boundaryless. Setting limits is essential for self-preservation, preventing burnout, and allowing you to offer support sustainably. It's an act of self-respect and ultimately benefits your relationships. Fear of rejection or negative consequences. Acknowledge the fear, but weigh it against the cost of passivity, resentment, stress, unmet needs. Remind yourself that people who respect you will respect your boundaries, even if they don't initially like them. Focus on communicating respectfully, which minimizes negative reactions. Trust in your ability to handle potential pushback calmly. Conclusion. Confident, assertive, authentically you. Developing quiet confidence and healthy assertiveness is a vital part of authentic growth for anyone, especially those identifying with the beta personality. It's not about transforming into an alpha clone, but about finding your own voice and standing securely in your own skin. Quiet confidence comes from competence, integrity, and self-awareness. Beta assertiveness allows you to express your needs and boundaries respectfully, leveraging your empathy and thoughtfulness as strengths, not weaknesses. These skills are not betrayals of your nature. They are enhancements. They equip you to navigate interactions more effectively, protect your well-being, build healthier relationships based on mutual respect, and ensure your valuable contributions are seen and heard. They allow you to be fully, effectively, and authentically you. Building on this foundation of authenticity, confidence, and assertiveness, we will explore in the next chapter how to apply these principles specifically to navigating the complexities of personal and professional relationships. Chapter 10. Navigating Relationships as a Beta. In the preceding chapters of Part 3, we embarked on the internal journey of authentic beta growth. We explored the liberating power of self-acceptance, shedding the pressure to conform and embracing your inherent nature. Chapter 8. We then redefined confidence and assertiveness through a beta lens, cultivating quiet self-assurance and learning to express needs and boundaries respectfully, leveraging empathy and thoughtfulness. Chapter 9. With this foundation of authenticity, confidence, and assertiveness laid, we now turn to applying these principles in one of the most significant arenas of human life, our relationships. Relationships, whether romantic partnerships, close friendships, family bonds, or professional connections, are where our personality styles interact most dynamically with others. For beta-leaning individuals, their core strengths of empathy, reliability, loyalty, collaboration, and thoughtfulness are tremendous assets, capable of fostering deep connection, unwavering trust, and remarkable stability. However, without awareness and the balancing skills of healthy assertiveness and boundary setting, these same strengths can inadvertently lead to challenges like being taken for granted, emotional burnout, or difficulty advocating for one's own needs. This chapter explores how to navigate the intricate landscape of relationships authentically as a beta. It's about leveraging your natural gifts for connection while employing the tools of confidence and assertiveness to ensure those relationships are healthy, reciprocal, fulfilling, and sustainable, allowing both you and the people you connect with to thrive. Leveraging beta strengths, the relationship superpowers. Before diving into potential challenges, let's first acknowledge and celebrate the inherent relationship-building superpowers that beta traits represent. Empathy. This allows for profound understanding and connection. Empathetic betas can truly tune into their partners, friends, or colleagues' emotional states, offering meaningful support, validation, and insightful perspectives. This builds deep intimacy and rapport. Reliability. As established in Chapter 5, reliability is the bedrock of trust. Into relationships, this translates into security, stability, and the comforting knowledge that you can count on the beta individual to be there, follow through, and act with integrity. Loyalty. Beta loyalty fosters enduring bonds. Friends, partners, and even colleagues know that a beta's commitment is often deep and steadfast, creating a sense of security and lasting connection. Collaboration. Especially in partnerships and families, the collaborative spirit facilitates teamwork, shared decision-making, equitable distribution of responsibilities, and a focus on we rather than just me. Thoughtfulness. This leads to considerate actions, well-chosen words, remembering important details, and engaging in deeper, more meaningful conversations, all of which enrich relationships. These qualities are the ingredients for potentially incredibly strong, stable, and deeply satisfying relationships. Betas often make exceptionally supportive partners, loyal friends, and dependable colleagues precisely because of these traits. Common relational challenges for betas and authentic solutions. However, navigating relationships effectively also requires managing the potential downsides or imbalances that can arise from these same strengths, especially when not paired with self-awareness and assertiveness. 1. Challenge. Being taken for granted. The pitfall. Because betas are often so reliable, supportive, and willing to go the extra mile, others may unfortunately come to expect this level of contribution as the norm, failing to appreciate the effort involved or reciprocate adequately. The authentic solution. This requires deploying the beta assertiveness skills from Chapter 9. Communicate needs. Clearly, use I statements to express your need for appreciation or a more equitable contribution. For example, I feel unappreciated when my efforts aren't acknowledged, or I need more help with household chores as I'm feeling overwhelmed. Practice saying no. Gracefully decline requests that overextend you. Remember, saying no to a request is not saying no to the person. Protect your time and energy. Observe reciprocity. Pay attention to the give and take in the relationship. Is support flowing both ways? If not, address it assertively or reconsider the relationship's health. Stop overfunctioning. Consciously step back from automatically doing things for others that they can or should do themselves. 2. Challenge emotional burnout. The empathy trap. The pitfall. High empathy can lead betas to absorb the emotions of those around, them becoming overly burdened by others' problems or feeling responsible for fixing them. This constant emotional labor, without adequate boundaries, leads to exhaustion and burnout. The authentic solution. Develop healthy emotional boundaries. Recognize your limits. Understand that you cannot carry everyone's emotional load. It's okay to care without taking ownership of their feelings or solutions. Practice empathetic detachment. Learn to understand and validate someone's feelings. I hear how difficult that is for you, without absorbing those feelings as your own. Prioritize self-care. Schedule regular activities that recharge your emotional batteries. This will be explored further in Chapter 12. You can't pour from an empty cup. Assert boundaries around availability. It's okay to say, I can listen for a little while, but I'm feeling drained myself right now. Or to limit exposure to constantly negative or demanding individuals. 3. Challenge conflict avoidance. The pitfall. The beta desire for harmony can sometimes morph into avoiding necessary conflict. Important issues get swept under the rug, needs go unexpressed, and resentment silently builds, ultimately poisoning the relationship and undermining true harmony. The authentic solution. Reframe conflict and practice constructives, assertiveness. See conflict as necessary. Understand that disagreements are normal, and when handled well, can strengthen relationships by clarifying needs and expectations. Address issues. Early, use assertive techniques like the DESC script from Chapter 9 to address concerns respectfully before they fester. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use I statements and describe specific behaviors rather than making personal attacks. Trust your ability to handle disagreement. Build confidence, Chapter 9, in your capacity to navigate difficult conversations calmly and respectfully. 4. Challenge. Difficulty with self-advocacy. The pitfall. A strong focus on others' needs, empathy, combined with potential. Conflict avoidance can lead betas to neglect advocating for their own needs, desires, or fair treatment. The authentic solution. Internalize your worth and practice. Assertive self-expression. Affirm your needs. Matter. Continuously reinforce the message from Chapter 8. Your needs, feelings, and opinions are just as valid as anyone else's. Practice expressing preferences. Start small, state your preference for a restaurant, a movie, or how weekend time is spent. Negotiate for win-win. Approach situations requiring negotiation. For example, workload distribution, relationship expectations, with the goal of finding solutions that respect everyone's needs, including your own. Use your collaborative skills and your assertiveness. 5. Challenge. Attracting exploitative dynamics. The pitfall. While less common, individuals who consistently display extreme reliability, supportiveness, and difficulty saying no can sometimes attract individuals who are takers, users, or lack empathy themselves, leading to exploitative or one-sided relationships. The authentic solution. Develop discernment and stronger boundaries. Trust your intuition. Pay attention to feelings of unease, resentment, or neither consistent imbalance in a relationship. Your empathy can often pick up on insincerity if you listen to it. Watch for red flags. Be aware of patterns like constant demands, without reciprocity, disrespect for your time or boundaries, lack of accountability, or dismissiveness of your feelings. Assert boundaries. Early and consistently. Don't wait for exploitation to become entrenched. Set limits clearly from the beginning. Be willing to walk away. Recognize that not all relationships are healthy or salvageable. Have the self-respect and confidence to distance yourself from or end relationships that are consistently draining or disrespectful. Navigating specific relationship types. Authentically. These principles apply across different relational contexts. Romantic relationships. Seek partners who genuinely appreciate your core, beta qualities, kindness, dependability, thoughtfulness, and offer reciprocal support. Build a relationship on a foundation of collaboration and mutual respect. Use empathy to connect deeply, but use assertiveness and boundaries to ensure your needs are met, responsibilities are shared equitably, and communication remains open and honest, even about difficult topics. Avoid partners who demand performative alpha traits or constantly dismiss your feelings. Friendships. Cultivate friendships where loyalty and reliability flow both ways. Be the supportive, empathetic friend you naturally are, but protect yourself from burnout by setting boundaries around emotional labor. Don't be afraid to assertively address issues like consistent flakiness or lack of reciprocity if they arise. Value friends who accept your authentic self, quiet confidence, and all. Professional relationships. Leverage your reliability and collaborative skills to be an effective team member, Chapter 4, or leader, Chapter 6. Build trust through competence and integrity. However, use assertiveness to set boundaries around workload, ensure your contributions are visible, politely claim credit where due, and navigate disagreements constructively. Use empathy to build rapport with colleagues and clients, but maintain professional boundaries to avoid inappropriate emotional entanglement or exploitation of your helpful nature. The synergy of authenticity, confidence, and assertiveness. Successfully navigating relationships as a beta hinges on the interplay of the core themes from this part of the book. Authenticity, Chapter 8. When you show up as your genuine self, you attract people who resonate with who you truly are. It allows for real connection and reduces the strain of pretending. Quiet confidence, Chapter 9. This provides the inner security to engage in relationships without excessive neediness or fear of disapproval. It allows you to value yourself, making you less susceptible to being taken for granted and more resilient during disagreements. Beta assertiveness, Chapter 9. This gives you the practical communication, tools to express your authentic self effectively, to state your needs, set boundaries, and manage conflict respectfully, ensuring your relationships remain balanced and healthy. These three elements work together, creating a foundation for relationships that are both deeply connected, thanks to beta strengths, and mutually respectful, thanks to authentic growth. Conclusion: building connections. That nurture as some beta personalities possess the raw materials for building exceptionally strong, stable, and meaningful relationships. Your capacity for empathy, reliability, loyalty, and collaboration are superpowers in the realm of human connection. The key to unlocking their full potential lies in balancing these gifts with authentic self-acceptance, quiet confidence, and the crucial skills of healthy assertiveness and boundary setting. By embracing your nature while learning to navigate relational challenges constructively, you can cultivate connections that not only benefit others, but also deeply nurture your own well-being. Healthy relationships are not about sacrificing yourself, but about finding a balance where mutual support, respect, and authenticity allow everyone involved to flourish. Having explored how to thrive in relationships, we next turn our attention to another critical area of life: finding fulfilling work that aligns with your unique beta strengths and values. Chapter 11. Finding your niche. Career paths for beta strengths. Having explored the internal landscape of authentic self-acceptance. Chapter 8. Develop tools for quiet confidence and respectful assertiveness, Chapter 9, and applied these principles to navigating relationships, Chapter 10. We now turn our attention outward again to another significant domain of life, our careers. The world of work is often portrayed as a competitive arena where only the loudest, most dominant alpha personalities can truly succeed and climb the ladder. This pervasive narrative can be discouraging for beta-leaning individuals, potentially leading them to believe their natural strengths are liabilities in the professional sphere, or pressuring them into the exhausting fake alpha trap we discussed earlier. This chapter aims to dismantle that narrow and inaccurate view of career success. Your inherent beta strengths, empathy, reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, detail orientation, loyalty are not obstacles to a fulfilling career. In many fields and roles, they are highly sought-after assets, essential for individual and organizational success. The key lies in finding congruence, identifying career paths and work environments where your authentic nature is not just tolerated, but valued and allowed to flourish. This chapter will guide you in exploring potential niches where your beta strengths can shine, leading not just to professional achievement, but more importantly, to genuine job satisfaction and a sense of meaningful contribution. Aligning work with strengths, the key to fulfillment and success. Decades of research in organizational psychology point to a clear conclusion. Job satisfaction, engagement, motivation, and ultimately performance are significantly higher when there's a good fit between an individual's personality, strengths, values, and their work role and environment. When your work allows you to regularly utilize your natural talents and operate in a way that feels authentic, you're more likely to feel energized, competent, and fulfilled. Conversely, forcing yourself into roles or environments that constantly clash with your core nature is a recipe for stress, burnout, and underperformance. For beta-leaning individuals, this means seeking opportunities where their core strengths are not just occasionally useful, but actively leveraged. Empathy. A powerful asset in any role involving understanding and responding to human needs customer service, healthcare, teaching, human resources, user experience, UX design, counseling, sales, consultative style, management. Reliability, conscientiousness. Highly valued in roles requiring dependability, accuracy, and follow-through. Project management, administration, finance, accounting, auditing, quality assurance, research support, logistics, compliance. Collaboration, essential in team-based environments, roles involving coordination and facilitation, nonprofit organizations, research teams, community development, partnership management, thoughtfulness, analytical skills, crucial for roles requiring deep thinking, planning, problem-solving, and clear communication, research, data analysis, writing, editing, strategy development, policy analysis, software architecture, technical design, detail orientation. Indispensable in fields demanding precision and accuracy, programming, data entry, analysis, accounting, editing, proofreading, scientific research, engineering, craftsmanship, quality control. Loyalty. While sometimes seen as outdated, loyalty can lead to deep, institutional knowledge, long-term commitment, and becoming a trusted, stable pillar within an organization, often rewarded with security and specialized expertise. Recognizing these traits as professional assets, rather than personal quirks to be suppressed, is the first step towards finding a career path where you can truly thrive. Identifying promising career fields and roles. While any personality type can potentially succeed in any field with enough effort, certain professions and roles naturally align better with the typical beta skill set and preferences, offering a higher likelihood of both success and satisfaction. Here are some illustrative examples. Remember, this is not an exhaustive or restrictive list. 1. The helping professions, leveraging empathy, reliability, supportiveness. Healthcare, nursing, physical occupational therapy, counseling, psychology. Medical social work, patient advocacy, caregiving roles. These fields demand deep empathy, patience, reliability, and the ability to provide consistent support. Education, teaching, especially roles requiring patience and individual attention. Special education, school counseling, library science, instructional design. Success often hinges on empathy, clear communication, organization, and reliability. Social work, nonprofit, case management, program coordination, community outreach, volunteer management, grant writing. These roles require strong interpersonal skills, empathy, collaboration, organization, and a commitment to service. 2. Information, knowledge design work, leveraging thoughtfulness, detail orientation, empathy. Research, academic research, market research analysis, scientific research. Support, requires analytical skills, patience, meticulousness, and often collaboration. Data analysis, data analyst, business analyst, statistician. Demands attention to detail, analytical thinking, and often the ability to communicate complex findings clearly. Writing, editing, technical writing, content creation, editing, proofreading. Journalism, especially investigative or analytical, requires clarity, precision, thoughtfulness, and often empathy for the audience. User experience, UX, user interface, UI. UX researcher, empathy for user needs. UX UI designer, thoughtfulness in creating intuitive interfaces. Information architect, blends analytical thinking with empathy and often collaboration. Library archival science, organizing information, preserving knowledge, assisting researchers, requires detail orientation, organization, and a service mindset. 3. Support coordination, operational roles, leveraging reliability, collaboration, organization. Project program management, coordinating tasks, managing timelines, facilitating team communication, ensuring follow-through. Heavily relies on reliability, organization, and collaborative skills. Administration and executive assistance, providing organizational support, managing schedules, handling communications, ensuring smooth operations. Demands exceptional reliability, discretion, and often empathy. Human resources, employee relations, training and development, benefits, administration. Requires interpersonal skills, empathy, fairness, reliability, and discretion. Customer support, success, helping customers solve problems, building on relationships, ensuring satisfaction. Needs empathy, patience, reliability, and clear communication. Technical support, troubleshooting technical issues, explaining complex information clearly. Requires patience, analytical skills, and often empathy for user frustration. 4. Creative technical fields, leveraging detail orientation, collaboration, thoughtfulness. Software development, especially roles focused on back-end development, quality assurance, QA testing, database administration, or within highly collaborative, agile teams. Requires logic, precision, and often teamwork. Graphic design web development within teams, collaborating on projects, translating client needs, empathy, into visual or functional products, attention to detail. Architecture, engineering, roles requiring meticulous planning, precision, adherence to standards, and often extensive collaboration with various stakeholders. Craftsmanship, professions requiring high attention to detail, patience, and dedication to quality. For example, woodworking, jewelry making, specialized technicians. 5. Fields valuing stability, trust, precision, leveraging reliability, conscientiousness, integrity. Finance accounting, accountant, auditor, financial planner, actuary, compliance officer. These roles demand high levels of accuracy, integrity, reliability, and attention to detail. Quality assurance, quality control, ensuring products or services meet specific standards, requires meticulousness, consistency, and adherence to processes. Legal support, paralegal work, legal research, compliance roles within organizations. Demands accuracy, discretion, organization, and reliability. This list merely scratches the surface, but it illustrates how diverse the opportunities are for individuals whose strengths lie in reliability, empathy, collaboration, and thoughtfulness. Finding the right work environment, culture matters. Choosing the right field or role is only half the equation. The work environment, the culture, the management style, the team dynamics is equally crucial for a beta's well-being and success. A role that seems perfect on paper can become a source of misery if the environment is toxic or fundamentally misaligned with your nature. Look for environments characterized by collaborative culture, prioritizes teamwork, shared goals, and mutual support over cutthroat internal competition. Empathetic, supportive management. Leaders who listen, provide constructive feedback, value contributions, and care about employee well-being. Think servant or transformational leaders from Chapter 6. Psychological safety. An atmosphere where employees feel safe to ask questions, voice concerns, admit mistakes, and offer ideas without fear of blame or ridicule. Clear expectations. Structure. Environments where roles, responsibilities, and processes are reasonably well defined, allowing reliability and conscientiousness to thrive. Avoid constant chaos and ambiguity if possible. Meaningful contribution. Opportunities to feel like your work matters and contributes to something larger than just profit margins. Purpose is a strong motivator for many betas. Respect for boundaries. Work-life balance. A culture that understands Employees have lives outside of work and doesn't consistently demand excessive hours or constant availability, preventing burnout, crucial given beta empathy and reliability. Conversely, environments likely to be stressful or detrimental include those with hyper-competitive dog-eat-dog cultures, leadership that rewards aggression and ignores collaboration, constant unpredictability and lack of structure, or a pervasive lack of psychological safety. Researching company culture through reviews, informational interviews, is just as important as analyzing the job description. Leveraging beta strengths for authentic career advancement. Advancing in your career doesn't mean you need to suddenly adopt an alpha persona. You can achieve significant growth and take on more responsibility by authentically leveraging your beta strengths. Become the expert competence thoughtfulness. Use your diligence and analytical skills to develop deep expertise in your field. Become the reliable go-to person others trust for accurate information or skilled execution. Build strong alliances, empathy, reliability. Use your interpersonal skills to build genuine, trusting relationships with colleagues, mentors, and stakeholders. Your reliability makes you a valued ally. Master collaboration, teamwork facilitation. Become known as someone who not only contributes effectively to teams, but also helps teams function better. Develop facilitation skills, embrace quiet leadership, influence mentorship. Lead by example. Mentor junior colleagues. Influence decisions through well-reasoned arguments and demonstrated competence. Chapter 6. Your reliability and empathy make you a trusted leader. Advocate assertively. Confidence communication. Use the skills from Chapter 9 to clearly and respectfully communicate your achievements, advocate for resources or promotions, and negotiate for fair compensation. Frame your contributions in terms of their value to the team and organization. Authentic advancement comes from amplifying your strengths, not faking someone else's. The entrepreneurial beta a possibility? Can the thoughtful, collaborative, reliable beta thrive as an entrepreneur, a role often associated with high risk tolerance and aggressive salesmanship? Absolutely, and though perhaps with a specific focus. Beta entrepreneurs might excel in service-based businesses, where empathy, reliability, and building long-term client trust are paramount. Quality-focused ventures, businesses built on craftsmanship, meticulousness, and high standards. Collaborative partnerships, teaming up with individuals whose skills complement their own. For example, handling aggressive marketing, while the beta focuses on product quality and operations. Well-planned ventures, leveraging thoughtfulness for careful market research, business planning, and risk mitigation. They might need to consciously develop sales skills or partner with others, but their strengths in building trust and delivering quality can be significant competitive advantages. Conclusion. Finding your authentic professional path. The world of work offers countless avenues for beta-leaning individuals to find success and deep fulfillment without compromising their authentic selves. Forget the outdated notion that only aggressive alphas can climb the career ladder. Your empathy, reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, and attention to detail are valuable commodities in today's economy. The key is self-awareness, understanding your unique blend of strengths and preferences and seeking congruence. Look for roles, fields, and, crucially, work environments where those strengths are needed and appreciated. Build your career by amplifying what comes naturally, developing complementary skills like assertiveness authentically, and focusing on making meaningful contributions. Success isn't just about title or salary. It's about finding work that aligns with who you are and allows you to thrive. As you navigate your chosen path, however, maintaining well-being is paramount. Our next chapter delves into the vital practices of resilience and self-care, essential for sustaining energy and navigating challenges in both work and life. Chapter 12. Resilience and Well-Being, Self-Care for the Supportive Soul. Throughout Part 3, we've navigated the landscape of authentic growth for the beta personality. We embrace self-acceptance as the foundation, Chapter 8. Cultivated quiet confidence and respectful assertiveness, Chapter 9. Applied these skills to enrich relationships, Chapter 10, and explored pathways to fulfilling careers aligned with core strengths, Chapter 11. This journey empowers betas to leverage their gifts effectively and live more authentically. However, to sustain this growth and continue contributing their valuable strengths long-term, two final elements are paramount: resilience and self-care. Individuals with beta traits, particularly high empathy, strong reliability, and deep loyalty, often pour significant energy into supporting others, maintain harmony, and ensuring things run smoothly. While these are admirable strengths, they also carry inherent vulnerabilities. Without conscious attention to well-being, betas can be susceptible to empathy fatigue, burnout from overgiving, and stress from unmet needs or unresolved conflict. This chapter focuses on proactively nurturing your inner resources. We'll define resilience not as impenetrable toughness, but as the capacity to navigate challenges, bounce back from adversity, and adapt to change with grace. We'll explore self-care not as a frivolous indulgence, but as a set of intentional, essential practices for nurturing your physical, mental, and emotional health. For the supportive beta soul, mastering resilience and self-care isn't selfish. It's responsible stewardship of the very qualities that allow you to connect, contribute, and thrive. Understanding beta vulnerabilities to burnout. To effectively build resilience and practice self-care, it helps to first understand the specific pressure points often experienced by beta-leaning individuals. Empathy fatigue, compassion fatigue, constantly tuning into and absorbing the emotions of others, especially difficult emotions like stress, sadness, or anger, takes a toll. This emotional labor, while a strength in building connection, can lead to profound exhaustion, cynicism, or emotional numbness if not managed. It's like a muscle being overworked without rest. The burden of reliability, being the dependable go-to person, feels good initially, but it can easily lead to overcommitment. The internal drive to follow through, coupled with potential difficulty saying no, if assertiveness isn't practiced, can result in an unsustainable workload and chronic exhaustion. You might feel trapped by others' expectations, which are often based on your own consistent performance. Stress from unexpressed needs or avoided conflict. While betas often value harmony, consistently suppressing one's own needs or avoiding necessary conflict, as discussed in chapters 9 and 10, doesn't eliminate stress, it internalizes it. This can manifest as resentment, anxiety, passive aggression, or even physical symptoms over time. Perfectionism, conscientiousness. Overload. The admirable beta traits of diligence, thoroughness, and a desire for quality can sometimes tip into unhealthy perfectionism. This involves setting impossibly high standards, excessive self-criticism over minor flaws, and chronic anxiety about performance, leading to overwork and diminishing returns. Oversensitivity to criticism. High empathy can sometimes make individuals more sensitive to the emotional impact of criticism or negative feedback, especially if quiet confidence isn't yet fully developed. This can lead to taking things too personally or dwelling excessively on negative interactions. Recognizing these potential vulnerabilities isn't about finding fault. It's about understanding where proactive measures are most needed to maintain balance and well-being. Building resilience, bouncing back with grace. Resilience isn't about never falling down. It's about how you get back up. It's the ability to adapt to stress, trauma, or significant challenges and recover effectively. For betas, building resilience often involves leveraging their thoughtfulness and empathy inward. Cultivate self-compassion. This is paramount. Treat yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and a lack of judgment you naturally offer others, especially when facing difficulties or setbacks. Acknowledge your struggles. This is really hard right now, without layering on harsh self-criticism, and it's all my fault. Self-compassion soothes the nervous system and allows for faster emotional recovery, particularly from empathy fatigue. Develop a growth mindset. Embrace challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than viewing failures as evidence of fixed inadequacy. Your thoughtful nature is well suited to analyzing setbacks, extracting lessons, and adapting your approach for the future. Ask, what can I learn from this? Instead of, why am I so useless? Maintain perspective. When facing adversity, practice techniques to avoid catastrophic thinking. Challenge negative assumptions. Is this really the end of the world? What evidence do I have? Focus on what aspect of the situation you can control or influence. Practice gratitude for the things that are going well, however small, to counterbalance negativity. Leverage your support network, your collaborative skills and ability to build. Trusting relationships are assets here. Don't try to be the strong, silent type when struggling. Reach out to trusted friends, family members, mentors, or even professionals, therapists, counselors. Allow yourself to receive the empathy and support you so readily give. Sharing burdens makes them lighter. Practice mindfulness. Emotional regulation. Techniques like meditation, deep breathing exercises, or simply taking mindful pauses throughout the day can help you observe your emotions without being swept away by them. This is crucial for managing empathy overload and stress. It creates a buffer between stimulus, for example, a stressful event, someone else's strong emotion, and your reaction, allowing for more thoughtful responses. Resilience is built over time through consistent practice of these strategies, allowing you to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with greater ease and recover more quickly. The art of self-care, nurturing the supportive soul. If resilience is about bouncing back, self-care is about maintaining the strength and flexibility to bounce in the first place. For betas whose energy often flows outward in support of others, intentional self-care is not optional. It's essential maintenance. Think of it like charging your battery. You can't power anything if you're depleted. Effective self-care is holistic, addressing different aspects of your well-being. Physical self-care. These are the non-negotiable basics that profoundly impact emotional and mental health. Prioritize adequate sleep, essential for emotional regulation and stress recovery, balanced nutrition, fueling your body and brain, and regular physical activity. A powerful stress reliever and mood booster. Don't treat these as luxuries to be squeezed in. They are foundational. Emotional self-care. Actively tend to your emotional landscape. This includes processing feelings. Allow yourself time and space to acknowledge and process your own emotions, not just others. Journaling, talking with a trusted friend, engaging in creative expression, art, music, writing, or spending time in nature can be helpful outlets. Setting emotional boundaries. Consciously decide how much emotional energy you dedicate to others' problems. Practice empathetic detachment. Chapter 10. Limit exposure to excessively negative or draining interactions when possible. Engaging in soothing activities. Identify activities that genuinely calm and comfort you. For example, taking a warm bath, listening to calming music, spending time with a pet, reading a comforting book. Mental self-care. Give your thoughtful brain opportunities to rest and recharge. Mental rest. Take breaks from constant problem-solving or information intake. Engage in activities that require less cognitive load or are purely for enjoyment. Positive stimulation. Engage your mind in ways you find enjoyable and enriching, unrelated to obligations. For example, learning a new skill purely for fun, reading engaging fiction, doing puzzles. Digital detox. Regularly step away from screens, news cycles, and social media, which can be mentally exhausting and emotionally draining. Social self-care. Relationships are vital, but social self-care involves intentional choices. Connect with uplifting people. Spend time with friends and loved ones who leave you feeling energized, supported, and accepted for who you are. Protect solitude. Many betas are introverted or simply need quiet time to recharge after social interaction. Schedule and fiercely protect time for solitude without guilt. It's necessary for processing and refueling. Spiritual self-care, broadly defined. Connect with what gives you a sense of meaning, purpose, and perspective beyond the day-to-day grind. This could involve traditional religious practices, meditation, spending time in nature, engaging in acts of service aligned with your values, practicing gratitude, or engaging with art and music that inspires awe. Crucially, schedule self-care. Treat appointments for exercise, quiet time, or connecting with friends with the same reliability you afford work meetings or commitments to others. It needs to be a non-negotiable part of your routine. Boundary setting as radical self-care. We cannot talk about self-care for betas without circling back to boundaries. Chapters 9-10. Setting clear limits around your time, energy, availability, and emotional capacity is perhaps the most fundamental act of self-care for the supportive soul. Every time you politely say no to an obligation that would overextend you, protect your evening or weekend from work intrusions, delegate a task appropriately, or limit contact with a draining individual, you are practicing radical self-care. You are affirming that your well-being matters and ensuring you have the resources to continue contributing sustainably. Boundaries prevent the depletion that makes all other forms of self-care feel impossible. Recognizing your early warning signs. Become a student of your own well-being. Learn to recognize your personal early warning signs that indicate you're approaching burnout or emotional depletion. These might include increased irritability or impatience, feeling cynical or detached, persistent physical exhaustion or fatigue, difficulty concentrating or making decisions, withdrawing socially, loss of enjoyment in activities you usually like, feeling constantly overwhelmed or resentful. When you notice these signs emerging, don't just push through. See them as signals to intentionally increase your self-care practices and reassess your boundaries and commitments immediately. Proactive intervention is far more effective than trying to recover from a complete collapse. Conclusion. Sustainable strength through self-nurturing. Resilience and self-care are not signs of weakness. They are indicators of wisdom and strength. For the beta personality, whose gifts often involve significant energetic output in the form of empathy, reliability, and support. These practices are non-negotiable for long-term well-being and effectiveness. Building resilience allows you to navigate life's inevitable challenges with greater grace, while consistent self-care ensures your inner resources are replenished. Caring for yourself is not selfish. It is the foundation that allows you to continue sharing your valuable beta strengths with the world in a sustainable, healthy, and fulfilling way. It is the responsible stewardship of your own supportive soul. With this understanding of maintaining personal well-being, we now move into the final part of the book, broadening our perspective once more to consider the integrated role of betas within teams and communities, and reflecting on the journey beyond labels. Chapter 13. The Beta Contribution, Impact on Teams and Communities. Our journey through the landscape of the beta personality has taken us from deconstructing myths, Part 1, and celebrating inherent strengths, Part 2, to navigating the path of authentic individual growth, embracing self-acceptance, cultivating quiet confidence and assertiveness, enriching relationships, finding fulfilling work, and prioritizing resilience and self-care. Part 3. We focus significantly on the individual's experience and development. Now, as we enter the final part of this book, we broaden our lens once more, shifting from the individual to the collective, from personal attributes to systemic impact. This chapter revisits and synthesizes the profound, often underestimated contributions that individuals embodying beta traits make to the health, stability, and effectiveness of the groups they inhabit, be it a work team, a volunteer organization, a family unit, or a wider community. We move beyond seeing betas simply as individuals within these groups to recognizing them as active, often essential, shapers of group dynamics and culture. Their presence, particularly when they are operating from a place of authenticity and well-being cultivated through the practices discussed in Part 3, has a ripple effect, fostering environments where collaboration, trust, and mutual support can genuinely flourish. Beyond individual performance, shaping group dynamics. The impact of a beta individual often extends far beyond their specific tasks or job description. Their inherent ways of interacting and contributing actively shape the environment and the interactions of everyone around them, often creating more positive and productive group dynamics. Fostering psychological safety. In any group setting, psychological safety, the shared belief that one can take interpersonal risks without fear of negative consequences, is crucial for learning, innovation, and performance. Beta traits are powerful catalysts for creating this safety. Their empathy leads them to listen without judgment and respond considerately. Their reliability builds a foundation of trust. Their often non-dominant communication style creates space for quieter voices. Their tendency toward supportiveness makes others feel valued. In environments where beta individuals are present and respected, team members are often more willing to ask questions, admit mistakes, share nascent ideas, and offer constructive dissent, knowing they are less likely to be shut down, ridiculed, or penalized. This contrasts sharply with environments dominated by fear, excessive competition, or critical judgment, where safety evaporates and potential is stifled. Enhancing collaboration and communication. As explored in Chapter 4. Betas are often natural collaborators. Their impact, however, goes beyond their own participation. They frequently act as facilitators and bridges within groups. Their active listening skills ensure ideas aren't lost. Their ability to synthesize diverse perspectives, born from thoughtfulness and empathy, helps groups find common ground. Their focus on harmony, when healthy, motivates them to mediate minor conflicts and smooth communication friction before it escalates. Their inherent reliability in communication, passing on information, following up ensures the operational side of collaboration runs smoothly. In essence, They often improve the collaborative capacity of the entire group. Promoting stability and consistency. While dynamism and change are important, all groups also need stability and predictability to function effectively. The beta's inclination towards reliability, conscientiousness, and follow-through provides this essential foundation. They are often the ones ensuring processes are followed, commitments are met, deadlines are respected, and institutional knowledge is maintained. This creates a predictable operational rhythm that allows other members, including more visionary or risk-taking types, to operate with greater confidence, knowing the foundational elements are secure. They are the steady hands on the tiller, injecting thoughtfulness and ethical consideration. In the rush towards action or results, important considerations can be overlooked. The beta tendency towards thoughtfulness, reflection, and detail orientation serves as a crucial counterbalance. They are often the ones asking clarifying questions, considering potential long-term consequences, pointing out overlooked details, or raising ethical concerns prompted by their empathy. This encourages more deliberate, well-reasoned, and often more responsible decision-making within the group. The presence of beta individuals, therefore, subtly yet significantly shapes the quality of group interaction, moving it towards greater safety, collaboration, stability, and thoughtfulness. The synergistic role, complementing other styles for optimal functioning. No single personality style holds a monopoly on effectiveness. The most successful and resilient teams, communities, and even families often benefit from a diversity of approaches and strengths. Beta individuals play a vital synergistic role in these mixed groups, complementing and balancing other personality styles, grounding vision with practicality. While visionary alpha or sigma types might generate bold ideas, the thoughtful, detail-oriented beta often excels at translating those visions into actionable plans, anticipating practical challenges, and ensuring meticulous execution. Balancing drive with cohesion. An alpha's strong drive can propel a group forward, but the beta's focus on collaboration and empathy ensures the team stays connected, supported, and aligned during the push, preventing burnout or fragmentation. Providing support structures, the reliability and stability provided by betas, create the secure base from which more independent or risk-taking individuals can operate effectively, knowing the core functions are being handled dependably. Mediating and humanizing. In groups with more direct, abrasive, or competitive styles, the beta's empathy and diplomatic communication skills can soften interactions, mediate conflicts, and ensure that human factors and ethical considerations remain part of the conversation. Betas are not just followers in these diverse groups. They are essential components that contribute to functional diversity. They help ensure that groups are not only dynamic and innovative, but also cohesive, ethical, considerate, and sustainable. They provide the balance needed for holistic success. Case studies revisited. The beta impact multiplier. Let's revisit some conceptual scenarios focusing now on the broader systemic impact, the ripple effect of the beta contribution. The collaborative project team. Remember the reliable beta team member from Chapter 4? Their impact wasn't just completing their tasks well. By actively listening, they ensured key insights from quieter members weren't missed. By mediating a minor disagreement early, Chapter 10 Assertiveness, they prevented a major conflict that could have derailed the project. By reliably managing their deliverables, they reduced stress for the project manager and built trust across the team. Their presence didn't just add their individual output. It multiplied the effectiveness and positive experience of the entire team. The community organization. Consider the thoughtful beta volunteer, coordinating the local food drive, Chapter 7. Their meticulous planning ensured smooth logistics. But beyond that, their empathetic welcome made new volunteers feel included and eager to return. Their collaborative approach in meetings encouraged shared ownership among committee members. Their consistent reliability built trust with donors and recipients alike. Their contribution wasn't just the successful event. It was the strengthening of community bonds, the fostering of volunteer engagement, and the enhancement of the organization's reputation. The family unit. Recall the stable beta sibling mediating disputes and maintaining traditions, Chapter 7. Their direct impact is clear support and organization, but the ripple effect is profound. Their mediation prevents small conflicts from fracturing larger family relationships. Their maintenance of traditions reinforces family identity and connection across generations, and their reliable emotional support provides a secure base that allows other family members to navigate their own challenges more effectively. They act as a linchpin, strengthening the entire family system. In each case, the beta's contribution transcends their individual actions. They positively influence the dynamics, processes, and overall health of the system they are part of. Sustainable contribution. The power of the healthy, authentic beta. Crucially, the positive impacts described above are most potent and sustainable when the beta individual is operating from a place of authenticity, confidence, and well-being, the state cultivated through the practices outlined in Part 3. The beta, who is constantly trying to be someone else, the fake alpha from Chapter 8, suppressing their needs, lacking confidence, avoiding necessary conflict, or operating on the edge of burnout, Chapter 12, cannot contribute their best. Their empathy might be dulled by exhaustion. Their reliability might falter under unsustainable pressure. Their collaboration might be tinged with resentment, and their thoughtfulness might be clouded by anxiety. Their potential positive impact on the group is diminished. Therefore, the practices of self-acceptance, developing quiet confidence and assertiveness, setting healthy boundaries, and prioritizing self-care are not merely acts of individual benefit. They are essential for enabling betas to sustainably contribute their unique and valuable strengths to their teams, families, and communities. A healthy, authentic, well-boundaried beta is a far greater asset to any group than one who is struggling or depleted. Self-care enables effective contribution. Creating environments where betas and everyone thrive. Recognizing the immense value beta individuals bring leads to an important question. How can organizations, communities, and even families create environments where these strengths are recognized, nurtured, and effectively leveraged? While this book focuses on the individual, fostering supportive environments is key. Value diverse contributions. Actively recognize and reward reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, and empathy alongside assertiveness and individual achievement. Promote inclusive leadership. Models encourage and support leadership. Styles beyond the traditional command and control model, such as servant or collaborative leadership, Chapter 6. Cultivate psychological safety. Implement practices that make it safe for everyone to speak up, ask questions, and contribute without fear. Foster genuine collaboration. Design workflows and team structures that encourage teamwork and shared ownership rather than internal competition. Respect boundaries. Promote a culture that respects work-life balance, discourages constant availability, and normalizes setting healthy limits. By creating environments where diverse personality styles, including the beta style, feel safe, valued, and empowered to contribute authentically, Groups unlock greater potential, enhance well-being, and achieve more sustainable success. Conclusion: the quiet architects of healthy groups. The contribution of the beta personality to our collective endeavors is profound, pervasive, and often fundamentally underestimated. They are not merely passive supporters, but active architects of healthier group dynamics. Through their empathy, they build psychological safety. Through their collaboration, they enhance teamwork. Through their reliability, they provide stability. Through their thoughtfulness, they inject crucial consideration and ethical awareness. They are the connective tissue, the stabilizing force, the quiet facilitators that enable teams, families, and communities to function effectively and cohesively. This vital impact, however, is most powerful and enduring when beta individuals operate from a place of authentic self-acceptance, quiet confidence, and sustainable well-being. Nurturing these qualities within oneself is therefore not just a personal journey, it's an investment in the health of the groups and relationships we care about. As we move towards the final reflections of this book, let us carry forward this appreciation for the beta contribution, while also exploring the wisdom of looking beyond labels altogether. Chapter 14. Beyond the Labels, Embracing Human Complexity. Throughout this book, we have leaned heavily on the term beta. We've used it as a lens to deconstruct harmful myths, identify and celebrate a constellation of valuable strengths, and map out pathways for authentic personal growth, relationship building, career fulfillment, and sustainable well-being. Giving a name to this cluster of traits, empathy, reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, loyalty has hopefully provided a sense of recognition, validation, and empowerment for readers who see themselves reflected in this description. It has allowed us to reclaim a narrative often steeped in negativity and shine a light on quiet forms of strength. However, as we approach the conclusion of our journey together, it's crucial to address the nature of labels themselves. While archetypes like alpha, beta, sigma, or omega can be useful tools for understanding patterns in human behavior and personality, they are ultimately just that. Tools. They are maps, not the territory itself. The ultimate goal of self-understanding is not to fit neatly into a predefined box, but to embrace the vast, intricate, and often contradictory complexity of being human. This chapter cautions against clinging too tightly to any label, including beta, and encourages a move towards a more holistic, fluid, and integrated view of yourself and others. The utility and limitations of archetypes. Why do we find labels and archetypes so compelling? As discussed in Chapter 1, they offer cognitive shortcuts, helping us make sense of complex social dynamics and understand ourselves in relation to others. Specifically, focusing on the beta archetype throughout this book has served several important purposes. Providing language. It gives voice to a set of experiences and traits that are often unnamed or undervalued in mainstream culture. Fostering self-understanding. It helps individuals recognize patterns in their own behavior, preferences, and motivations, leading to aha moments of self-discovery. Building community. Shared labels can create a sense of belonging and validation among people with similar experiences. Highlighting undervalued strengths. By focusing specifically on beta traits, we've aimed to elevate their perceived worth and challenge hierarchies that dismiss them. Offering targeted growth strategies. Understanding beta tendencies allowed us to tailor advice on confidence, assertiveness, and self-care. Part 3. Despite this utility, relying too heavily on any personality archetype carries significant limitations and potential dangers. Oversimplification. Human personality is incredibly nuanced, shaped by our genetics, upbringing, culture, experiences, and conscious choices. Reducing this complexity to a single label inevitably misses vast swaths of an individual's reality. No one is purely beta, alpha, or anything else. Risk of stereotyping. Once we label ourselves or others, we risk falling into stereotypical thinking. We might assume someone labeled beta must be conflict avoidant, or someone labeled alpha must lack empathy, ignoring individual variations and complexities. This limits our perception and can lead to prejudice. Potential for rigidity and self-limitation. Labels can become self-fulfilling, prophecies or cages. If you rigidly define yourself as a beta, you might unconsciously limit yourself from exploring assertiveness, taking on leadership roles, or acting decisively when needed, believing that's just not who I am. It can stifle growth and experimentation. Ignoring contextual fluidity. People are not static. We often adapt our behavior based on the situation, the people we're with, and our specific goals at the time. Someone might be highly collaborative and supportive in their family life, beta traits, but fiercely competitive and assertive in their chosen sport, alpha traits. Labels fail to capture this essential fluidity. Cultural variation. These specific archetypes, alpha, beta, etc., are largely Western constructs and may not resonate or apply universally across different cultures, which may have entirely different ways of conceptualizing personality and social roles. Labels can be helpful starting points for self-discovery, but they make poor destinations. You are more than your label. So let's state this clearly. If you have resonated with the descriptions of the beta personality throughout this book that provides valuable insight into your core tendencies and strengths, but you are not just a beta. You are a unique, multifaceted individual, far richer and more complex than any single word can encompass. Think of your personality not as a single, solid color, but as a rich tapestry woven with threads of many different hues and textures. Yes, perhaps the threads of empathy, reliability, and collaboration are particularly prominent and vibrant in your tapestry. These are your core beta strengths. But look closer. You will likely also find threads of assertiveness that emerge when defending a deeply held value. Threads of independence when pursuing a personal passion. Threads of leadership when guiding a cause you believe in. Threads of creativity, resilience, humor, ambition, caution, spontaneity, all interwoven to create the unique pattern that is you. Alternatively, consider your personality like a complex musical composition. The beta themes might be recurring and foundational melodies, but the piece also contains harmonies, counter melodies, shifts in tempo and dynamics, and perhaps even surprising dissonances that all contribute to its overall richness. To focus only on the beta melody is to miss the beauty and complexity of the entire composition. The danger lies in letting the label become your entire identity. When you say, I am a beta, it can subtly close doors. When you say, I value collaboration, empathy, and reliability, and these are significant parts of how I operate, it keeps the doors open. It acknowledges your core tendencies without letting them define the absolute limits of your being. Use the label as a lens for understanding, not as a box to confine yourself within. Embracing fluidity and authentic growth. Personality is not set in stone. While core temperamental traits often show stability over time, we are constantly evolving, learning, and adapting based on our experiences and conscious choices. Embracing your beta nature, Chapter 8, was about accepting your foundational tendencies, not about resigning yourself to never changing or growing. Authentic growth, as we've discussed, builds upon your core self. It involves developing skills and perspectives that enhance your ability to navigate the world effectively while staying true to your values. This inherently requires fluidity, situational adaptation, recognizing that different situations call for different responses is a sign of maturity and adaptability, not inauthenticity. You can be a supportive listener for a friend in crisis, empathy, and then assertively negotiate a contract at work, beta assertiveness, within the same day. Both are authentic expressions of different facets of you, deployed appropriately. Skill development. You can consciously choose to develop skills that might not be your most natural inclination, but are useful for achieving your goals like public speaking, financial management, or, as discussed, assertiveness. Without feeling like you're betraying your beta-ness, you are simply expanding your toolkit. Evolving perspectives. As you gain life experience, your perspectives, sighing priorities, and even some aspects of how you interact with the world may naturally shift. This evolution is part of being human, not a sign of being inconsistent with a label. Embrace this fluidity. Allow yourself to express different parts of your personality as needed and appropriate. True authenticity lies not in rigidly adhering to a label, but in responding to life from a place of self-awareness and integrity, drawing upon the full spectrum of your capabilities. Seeing others beyond labels, cultivating deeper understanding. Just as it's limiting to rigidly label yourself, it's equally limiting and potentially unfair to slap labels onto others. When we quickly categorize someone as alpha, beta, introvert, extrovert, etc., we often stop seeing the complex individual standing before us. Challenge assumptions. Resist the urge to make broad assumptions based on perceived archetypes. The alpha boss might possess deep insecurities or a hidden, compassionate side. The quiet beta colleague might have fierce passions or surprising leadership capabilities in the right context. Appreciate nuance. Look for the complexities and contradictions in others just as you acknowledge them in yourself. Everyone is a blend of traits. Foster empathy. Trying to understand the pressures and experiences that shape others' behavior, regardless of their perceived type, fosters greater empathy and more constructive interactions. Perhaps the overly assertive person feels deeply insecure. Perhaps the highly independent person secretly longs for connection. Focus on behavior, not labels. Interact with people based on their specific actions and words in the current context, rather than reacting to a preconceived label you assigned them. Moving beyond labels and how we perceive others opens the door to richer, more authentic, and more compassionate relationships. Moving towards integration, using labels wisely. So what do we do with the beta label now? Don't necessarily discard it entirely, especially if it has provided validation and useful insights. Instead, we aim for integration. We integrate the understanding of our beta strengths and tendencies into a larger, more flexible, and holistic view of ourselves. Use the beta concept as a foundation for self-acceptance, a signpost pointing towards your core strengths, a reminder of the value of traits like empathy and reliability, a diagnostic tool to understand potential challenges like burnout or conflict avoidance. But do not let it become a rigid definition of who you are or can be, an excuse for avoiding growth or necessary challenges, a barrier to seeing the full complexity in yourself or others. Shift your internal language from identity, I am a beta, towards values and behaviors. I value collaboration. I tend to be reliable. I choose to act with empathy. This subtle shift keeps the focus on conscious choice and inherent complexity, prioritizing self-awareness over self-labeling. Ultimately, the most reliable guide on your journey is not a static label, but ongoing self-awareness. Cultivate the practice of paying mindful attention to your internal landscape, your thoughts, feelings, motivations, physical sensations, and how you react and behave in different situations. Approach yourself with curiosity. When do I feel most energized and authentic? When do I feel drained or stressed? Why? What values are most important to me in this situation? How am I balancing my needs with the needs of others? Am I responding thoughtfully or reacting out of habit or fear? This dynamic self-awareness provides far more nuanced and useful information for navigating life than any fixed label ever could. Be curious about your own contradictions and complexities. They are part of what makes you uniquely human. Conclusion: the freedom beyond the box. Labels like beta can be incredibly helpful stepping stones on the path to self-understanding and empowerment, particularly when reclaiming undervalued traits. They offer clarity, validation, and a framework for growth. However, the ultimate destination lies beyond the confines of any single box. Embracing your full human complexity, the blend of strengths and weaknesses, the capacity for both collaboration and assertiveness, the fluidity to adapt to different situations is where true authenticity resides. It requires moving beyond rigid self-definitions towards ongoing self-awareness and compassionate acceptance of the whole multifaceted person you are. This freedom from the limitations of labels allows you to draw upon all your inner resources and navigate the world with greater wisdom, flexibility, and integrity. As we move into the final chapter, let us carry forward both the appreciation for our core strengths and the liberating understanding that we are, ultimately, so much more than any single word can capture. Chapter 15. Conclusion: living a fulfilling life on your own terms. Our journey together through the pages of this book draws to a close. We began by questioning the rigid, often damaging labels of alpha and beta, seeking to understand the origins and impacts of these archetypes. We then embarked on a deeper exploration, intentionally focusing on the constellation of traits often associated with the beta-style empathy, reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, loyalty not as secondary characteristics, but as profound strengths in their own right. We celebrated their power in fostering teamwork, building trust, enabling empathetic leadership, and providing the stable foundations for our families and communities. From there, we turned inward, charting a course for authentic personal growth. We confronted the pressure to conform and embrace the liberating power of self-acceptance. We redefined confidence as a quiet inner knowing and assertiveness as respectful self-expression, developing tools tailored for the beta spirit. We applied these principles to navigating relationships more healthily and finding fulfilling career paths aligned with core values. We underscored the vital importance of resilience and self-care, especially for those whose nature leans toward supporting others. And finally, we considered the collective impact of these strengths, while also recognizing the wisdom of moving beyond labels to embrace the full, complex tapestry of human personality. If you have journeyed through these chapters, reflecting on your own experiences and tendencies, perhaps you found moments of recognition, validation, or inspiration. This concluding chapter aims not to provide new information, but to synthesize the key takeaways and offer some final reflections on what it means to live a truly fulfilling life, not according to someone else's script, but authentically, powerfully, and completely on your own terms. Weaving the threads. Key insights recalled. As we conclude, let's briefly revisit the core threads woven throughout this book. Your inherent strengths are valuable. Perhaps the most central message is the profound worth of traits like empathy, reliability, collaboration, thoughtfulness, and loyalty. These are not soft skills or secondary attributes. They are fundamental human capacities essential for connection, trust, progress, and societal well-being. Never underestimate their power or apologize for possessing them. Part 2. Authenticity is your foundation, resisting societal pressure to mimic personality styles that feel unnatural, the fake alpha trap, and embracing your genuine nature is the cornerstone of well-being and effectiveness. Self-acceptance isn't resignation, it's the starting point for all meaningful growth. Chapter 8. Growth enhances. It doesn't replace. Developing skills like quiet confidence and respectful assertiveness doesn't mean betraying your core self. It means equipping your authentic personality with the tools needed to navigate the world effectively, express your needs, set healthy boundaries, and ensure your contributions are recognized, all while maintaining your integrity and empathy. Chapter 9. Well-being is non-negotiable. For individuals naturally inclined towards empathy and reliability, resilience and self-care are not luxuries, but necessities. Managing emotional labor, setting boundaries, and intentionally nurturing your physical, mental, and emotional health are crucial for preventing burnout and sustaining your ability to contribute your strengths long-term. Chapter 12. Your contribution matters. Whether in formal leadership roles or through quiet acts of dependability and support, your presence and actions have a significant positive impact on the dynamics and health of your teams, families, and communities. Recognize and value the ripple effect of your contributions. Chapter 13. You are more than any label. While exploring the beta archetype has been our focus, remember that you are a complex, multifaceted, and evolving individual. Use labels as tools for understanding, but don't let them become cages. Embrace your full spectrum. Chapter 14. These insights, taken together, form a blueprint for not just understanding the beta style, but for living a richer, more authentic, and more impactful life, regardless of labels. Defining fulfillment on your own terms. Our society often presents a narrow, externally focused definition of success and fulfillment, one frequently aligned with stereotypical alpha traits, climbing the hierarchical ladder, accumulating wealth and status, wielding power, commanding attention. If these are not your primary drivers, it's easy to feel like you're falling short or that fulfillment is somehow out of reach. This book argues vehemently against that narrow view. Fulfillment is deeply personal and must be defined from the inside out, based on your authentic values, strengths, and desires. For many who resonate with the beta traits, fulfillment might look quite different from the conventional script. It might be found in deep, meaningful relationships, cultivating strong bonds built on trust, mutual to support, empathy, and genuine connection. Making a positive contribution. Knowing that your work or actions, however, quiet, make a tangible difference in the lives of others or contribute to a cause you believe in. Achieving mastery and competence. Finding satisfaction in honing your skills. Producing high-quality work. And being recognized for your expertise and reliability. Living with integrity. Acting in alignment with your core values. Maintaining and honoring your principles, even when it's difficult, and fostering a sense of inner peace. Maintaining well-being and inner harmony. Prioritizing mental, emotional, and physical health. Cultivating resilience and creating a life that feels balanced and sustainable. Fostering connection and community. Playing a role in building supportive, collaborative environments where people feel seen, heard, and valued. There is no single right way to live a fulfilling life. Give yourself permission to define success on your own terms, honoring the values that resonate most deeply with your authentic self. A life rich in connection, contribution, integrity, and inner peace is profoundly successful, regardless of external accolades or hierarchical position. The path forward, living intentionally day by day. Understanding these principles is one thing, living them is another. Integrating the insights from this book into your daily life is an ongoing practice, not a one-time fix. Here are some suggestions for continuing the journey. 1. Cultivate ongoing self-awareness. Make reflection a regular habit. Check in with yourself. How am I feeling? What triggered that reaction? Am I acting in alignment with my values? Am I respecting my boundaries? Are my needs being met? This awareness is your compass. 2. Choose intentional action. Based on your self-awareness, make conscious choices. Choose to practice assertiveness in small ways. Choose to set a boundary when needed. Choose to act with empathy even when difficult. Choose to prioritize a self-care activity. Small, intentional actions build momentum. 3. Seek congruence. Periodically review the major areas of your life work, relationships, personal pursuits. Ask yourself, is this environment supportive of my authentic self? Does this relationship feel reciprocal and respectful? Does this work allow me to use my strengths and feel a sense of purpose? Be willing to make courageous adjustments, changing jobs, redefining relationships, shifting priorities to increase alignment. 4. Practice gratitude. Consciously acknowledge and appreciate your strengths, the positive relationships in your life, moments of connection, and the impact you have. Gratitude counteracts negativity bias and reinforces a sense of well-being and self-worth. 5. Embrace imperfection, yours and others. Remember that authenticity and growth are practices, not states of perfection. You will sometimes fall back into old patterns, struggle with assertiveness, or neglect self-care. Others will not always understand or appreciate your style. Meet these moments not with harsh judgment, but with self-compassion. Chapter 12. Learn the lesson, forgive yourself and others, and gently redirect towards your intentions. 6. Stay curious. Remain open to learning more about yourself, about others, and about the complexities of human interaction. Read, reflect, engage in meaningful conversations. Curiosity keeps you growing and adaptable. Living intentionally doesn't mean controlling everything. It means navigating life with greater awareness, purpose, and authenticity. A final word on strength. Own your power. If there is one message to take away from this book, let it be this: true strength manifests in diverse and beautiful forms. Our culture may overemphasize the strength of dominance and assertion, but do not let that overshadow the equally potent strengths you possess. Own the quiet strength of your empathy, the power to connect, understand, and heal. Own the enduring strength of your reliability, the power to build trust and provide stability. Own the connective strength of your collaboration, the power to foster synergy and achieve shared goals. Own the deep strength of your thoughtfulness, the power to bring wisdom, consideration, and ethical awareness. Own the steadfast strength of your loyalty, the power to forge lasting bonds, and demonstrate unwavering commitment. These are not passive qualities. They are active forces that shape relationships, build communities, and contribute immense value to the world. Embody them with pride, confidence, and the quiet assurance that comes from knowing your own worth. An invitation to connect and contribute. As you move forward, armed with greater self-understanding, acceptance, and skill, consider how you can best offer your unique gifts to the world. Your authentic contribution is needed. In workplaces striving for greater collaboration and psychological safety, in communities seeking stronger bonds and mutual support, in families longing for deeper connection and stability, your beta strengths, wielded authentically and sustainably, can make a profound difference. By living your own fulfilling life on your own terms, you not only enhance your own well-being, but also contribute to creating a world that values a broader spectrum of human strengths, a world that is perhaps a little more empathetic, reliable, collaborative, and thoughtful, because you are in it, being authentically you. Living your truth. The journey explored in these pages is ultimately about liberation. Liberation from limiting labels, from harmful stereotypes, from the pressure to conform, and from the internal conflicts that arise when we fight against our own nature. It's about the freedom to embrace who you are. Cultivate your unique strengths, define success on your own terms, and build a life rich in meaning, connection, and authentic fulfillment. May you walk forward from these pages with a deeper appreciation for your own quiet strength, the courage to live your truth, and the wisdom to navigate your path with both compassion for others and unwavering care for yourself. The world needs your unique contribution, offered authentically and wholeheartedly. Go forth and shine in your own remarkable way.